यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद, आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi.
The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insight from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world. NDTV World.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi.
The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insight from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world. NDTV World.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Welcome back. Just 3 days to go for the high-stakes poll battle in the US, and preparations are underway across the states. This, of course, is the White House is also getting ready for the crucial polls. Take a look at all these pictures, in fact, also coming in from White House on how the White House is actually getting set for the crucial US elections.
The United States has one of the highest ownership of firearms per capita. Some statistics suggest that 120 firearms per 100 people is what US residents have. And in the last couple of years, 7.5 million new owners of firearms have been added to this pool at a time when there is a lot of talk about gun violence, ownership of guns, and the political color that this entire debate takes place. Something that forms at the heart of the political debate taking place around United States. I am in fact in front of a major showroom of Beretta, a company that is an American arms manufacturing company, and I went around to see as to how easily guns can actually be purchased. Viewers would like to see some of those footage that we will play out that shows the kind of firearms that are being sold in downtown Manhattan, downtown New York, in a particular store where there are not just men but also women, as well as even children can go there. It's not an age limit there. And firearms that we are talking about are those which are used for hunting purposes in the wild. How easily such firearms can actually be purchased in downtown New York tells you the risk that is there as far as gun violence is concerned. And any number of debate about gun violence essentially becomes a debate about the political aspects of it. Republicans against any ban whatsoever on gun ownership, Democrats in favor of it. But at the heart of it is the political color of a debate which is essentially about human lives ends up ensuring no progress whatsoever. But our viewers would see some of those images and those videos to understand how guns can actually be purchased in America. Reporting for NDTV, this is Gauri Dwivedi in New York.
Meanwhile, the Indian-American vote has become extremely crucial both for the Democrats as well as the Republicans, and we've seen how both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have really reached out to Indian-American voters there, particularly American Hindus. 61% Indian-Americans are expected to vote for Harris. That's what surveys have shown. But what's the mood as far as Indian-Americans are concerned there? My colleague Gauri Dwivedi sent us this report.
The Indian American community is 5.1 million strong, growing in number, growing in economic might, and growing in political representation. What are their priorities, their challenges, and are they getting a space or equal space in American political landscape? That's a question I put forth to a very power-packed panel and group of Indian Americans celebrating Diwali but also welcoming NDTV into their homes as we speak. Sir, thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking to NDTV. Let me start by asking you that there's a lot of space now, political space being given to Indian Americans, a community that's really grown in all aspects, whether it's economic, political, or sheer numbers. What, according to you, are the top 2 or 3 concerns of the community?
Great question. First of all, welcome. Welcome to our home. It is really an honor to have such a beautiful community. It's actually a representation of a lot of the folks here. Livingston has grown in leaps and bounds to have Indian community. And for that reason, I was able to come on the town council seat and as part of the government. And from that vantage point, I can say that there are a few concerns, but also there are lots of good vibes for Indian Americans. I would say that one concern would be representation, to make sure that we are represented. We come from the largest democracy in the world to the oldest democracy in the world. Democracy is part of our lives. and we actually know the system, we can actually work through. We are not afraid of raising our hand, which is what I did a few years ago, and say, it's fine, let me get into the public life. But in doing so, sometimes you do have to make room for yourself, which is one concern, which is to say that, yes, we want to make room for ourselves. Let's continue to work towards it. So that makes it not a concern, but an opportunity, I would say. It's less of a concern growing, as the time goes by. Yes. It's an opportunity where a lot of people are able to get onto the seats.
Also bring in some of the other members, and I come back to the question with which I started with, which is that the top two priorities that would be for the Indian community, Indian American community here, at a time when the perception is that they are essentially being wooed by both the Democrats and the Republicans. Let me ask that to the pretty lady in the blue outfit about the fact that I would say it's a good time to be an Indian American in politics right now here, right? Everybody is wooing this group, isn't it?
I think it's always a good time to be an Indian American. I mean, I'm proud of my Indian heritage. I love being American as well as celebrating Diwali on this beautiful day, the Festival of Lights. But in general, I do think that what we're trying to look for is representation, like Ketan was saying, and that's just the main thing, that we need to be represented. We're not just a minority, but we're people who need to be represented, and that's the main issue. And I personally don't think that we see that in Trump, and I think Kamala Harris, not only does she represent our interest, but us as people. Okay. So I think that is the main difference kind of between Trump and Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. So that's what my real opinion is about this.
Okay. What about you? What do you think about the fact that is the community is getting adequate political representation right now, incommensurate with its contribution, its growth, its potential? Do you see that?
At this time, I see a lot of representatives coming in, but I really don't see still the enough of everything yet. There's still on a lot of things we are pretty much behind when it comes to our support.
So what would you want as a member of the Indian American community for the next 3 to 4 years, maybe for the next presidential election when we would have this chat? What would you want as the top 2 or 3 things to be addressed by whichever of the two political parties?
Yeah, I guess more and more people should come and stand to show the representation.
Okay.
I guess that should be the top priority. Show up everywhere and be part of the politics.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
Welcome back. Shah Rukh Khan has turned 59 today. This is wishes pour in from across industries, of course from Bollywood, but also industries across the globe for Shah Rukh Khan's 59th birthday. Somebody who is not just extremely popular in India, of course, but also across the world. Of course, we've seen the kind of love he gets when he travels abroad, whether it's Dubai or the US, the UK. And Shah Rukh Khan has turned 59. In fact, outside his residence in Mumbai, Mannat, we of course saw a beeline of fans gathering to wish him. That will take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Randhir Singh and Deepika Padukone share their daughter's first picture on Diwali and reveal her name as Dua Padukone Singh.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel
for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi.
The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insights from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world. NDTV World.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you
India rejects Canada's charge against Home Minister Amit Shah. India says baseless references against HM Shah. This as India also hands over a diplomatic note to Canada amid charges against Amit Shah. India warns Canada of serious consequences for baseless charges. India's snooping charge against Canada amid the Niger showdown. India hits out at Canada for spying on its officials. India says there's harassment and intimidation of our consular officials in Canada. Arvind Sawant apologizes to China NC. The apology after outrage over the sexist remark. Arvind Sawant says, "I didn't mean to hurt anyone." China had spoken fearlessly after the Sawant slur. Two back-to-back terror encounters in Jammu and Kashmir. In Anantnag, 2 terrorists have been killed. Meanwhile, in Srinagar, 2 terrorists trapped as the encounter continues. Former Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah says it's a bid to destabilize the Omar Abdullah government. Ravinder N of the BJP says weapons are coming from Pakistan. What is there to investigate? Superstar Shah Rukh Khan turns 59, wishes pour in for the Badshah of Bollywood from across the world. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, unprecedented escalation in tension between India and China. This, of course, is India has very strongly rejected allegations against Home Minister Amit Shah leveled by a Canadian minister. The Ministry of External Affairs has categorically denied these allegations, saying that they are completely baseless. In fact, India has also revealed that they have handed over a diplomatic note to Canada over these allegations against Home Minister Amit Shah. India has also warned of serious consequences if these baseless allegations continue. Take a look.
We had summoned the representative of the Canadian High Commission yesterday. A diplomatic note was handed over in reference to the proceedings of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in Ottawa on October 29th, 2024. It was conveyed in the note that the Government of India protests in the strongest terms to the absurd and baseless references made to the Union Home Minister of India before the committee by Deputy Minister David Morrison.
Meanwhile, India has also levelled sensational allegations against Canada. The Ministry of External Affairs seems to suggest that, well, Indian consular officials in Canada were under some sort of audio-video surveillance. The charge is that Canada was spying on these consular officials in Canada. In fact, India has also said that this is something that's a matter of huge concern, given the fact that there's intimidation and harassment of Indian consular officials. Take a look.
Yes. Some of our consular officials were recently informed by the Canadian government that they have been and continued to be under audio and video surveillance. Their communications have also been intercepted. We have formally protested to the Canadian government as we deem these actions to be a flagrant violation of relevant diplomatic and consular conventions.
Let me go across live to Mohammad Ghazali now joining us. So Ghazali, you know, this essentially means that India-Canada ties have hit rock bottom now, with India also levelling sensational allegations against Canada. But these are very serious allegations, given the fact that India seems to suggest that consular officials in Canada are under some sort of surveillance. I mean, this is extremely concerning.
Yes, and if you remember, the Indian High Commissioner, Mr. Sanjay Verma, who was recalled recently from there, he has been attacked. He has faced attack even while visiting Gurdwaras. And not only him, we have seen protests outside the Indian High Commission in Canada over several years, in the last couple of years especially, those Khalistani elements protesting against the Indian government outside the Indian High Commission. And this is from where this entire issue has stemmed out, that how some of the diplomatic officials of Indian diplomatic officials who are staying in Canada were also under surveillance and spying. And that's certainly a very serious charge. And that is why the MEA spokesperson said that perhaps the India-Canada ties have been hitting the rock bottom in the last 1 week or so after the allegations against the Union Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah. And then these revelations coming to the fore now that even the Canadian officials were involved, or our own diplomatic officials were under surveillance and spying there. So that is a very serious charge by the Indian government. And perhaps the Indian government is also concerned about the Indian community over there, because despite the relations hitting rock bottom now, there are a huge number of Indians who are staying in Canada, their safety, their well-being, and not just in any other profession, but many students. Every year, lakhs of students go to Canada from the region like Haryana, Punjab, Gujarat, and other states as well. So that also remains a primary concern for the Indian government here. But despite the fact that how the Canadian government have been leveling one allegations after the other against the Indian government, government officials, the High Commissioner, and now the Union Home Minister, Indian government also is not leaving any stone unturned when it comes to register their protest. Despite what is happening between the two countries diplomatically, the Indian government or the MEA responded by saying that perhaps they had also summoned the Canadian High Commissioner representative here in India and handed over a diplomatic note for all the allegations which have been absurdly leveled against Indian Home Minister or his involvement, or perhaps at his behest. Those killings are taking place in Canada is what the Canadian officials have alleged. But this is one part of the story, that Union Home Minister of India has been his name has been dragged there in Canada. This is the other part of the story is much more serious, which you just mentioned, that how the Indian government realized that their own diplomatic officials in Canada were also under spying. So these are certain issues which one after the another Canada is we can say that Canada, the way it has responded to this entire situation, developing situation, it seems that perhaps there is no efforts being taken to mend the relations between the two countries. And questions were also raised about how one of the opposition leaders cancelled the Diwali celebrations there. Then we have spying charges. Then Union Home Minister's name being dragged there. And Indian government has strongly registered their protest not only here with the Canadian officials who are based in the Canadian High Commission, but through multiple channels and communication, this protest has been registered by the Indian government.
All right, Ghazali, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. As Ghazali is reporting, various serious allegations being levelled by India against Canada. Also, India very strongly rejecting allegations against Home Minister Amit Shah in the Nijjar killing case. But moving now to the big political slugfest back home, and this is over the Congress's Karnataka guarantees. Remember, the Prime Minister yesterday had said that the Congress makes unreal promises, to which Mallikarjun Kharge very strongly hit back. He, of course, said that the BJP should first look at what it is doing to the country and to the country's economy. But now Minister Hardeep Puri has also reacted to it. In fact, he has taken to social media platform X to say this is typical Congress shoot and scoot policy, and that these are fabricated figures and fake data that is back in action. Even their senior leaders do not check facts before going public with their delusional opinions, is what Hardeep Puri said. And under the leadership of PM Modi, India has witnessed significant employment growth over the years. This, of course, also as Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had countered the Prime Minister, saying the BJP should first put its own house in order. The BJP plagued Karnataka with corruption, is what Chief Minister Siddaramaiah said earlier. But listen in to all the fresh political reactions coming in.
Our guarantees are the model of the country, and the entire country is looking at our model. Though BJP states are there, they are copying our guarantees. The guarantees are helping the people's development. Their stomachs have been filled. It is a guarantee for the progress of the country. So they look at politics, we look at development.
कांग्रेस के द्वारा अपने प्रोमिसेस को न पूरा करने का इतना बड़ा पहाड़ है, जिसे एक ट्वीट या एक्स पर लिखे गए एक बयान की तिनके के द्वारा छुपाना संभव नहीं है। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने सबसे बड़ी आज समस्या जानते हैं क्या जनता के बीच में? जनता कहती नेता जो कहते हैं वो करते नहीं है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस के रिजीम में पॉलिटिक्स को क्राइसिस ऑफ क्रेडिबिलिटी, विश्वसनीयता के संकट का स्वरूप दे दिया था कांग्रेस ने। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उसे क्रेडल ऑफ क्रेडिबिलिटी यानी विश्वसनीयता की प्रामाणिकता का स्वरूप दिया है।
And moving now to the big political controversy in Karnataka, and this time over the issue of Waqf. Now remember, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has also taken note of this. In fact, a high-level meeting was held as well with various officials as far as Waqf land is concerned. This, as the Karnataka Chief Minister has now ordered the withdrawal of notices to farmers. Now remember, as far as Waqf land is concerned, this is not just a Karnataka issue. This is a pan-India issue, given the kind of face-off, the kind of slugfest that we have seen over Waqf, even at the central level, with the opposition walking out of the JPC meetings over the Waqf bill as well. But let me go across to my colleague Pratibha Raman joining us on the phone line. So Pratibha, this is an important statement that Siddaramaiah is sending out politically as well, because this is an issue that is very contentious at the central level, and Siddaramaiah, by withdrawing these notices to farmers, has clearly said that they will not be harassed, and perhaps this ties into the larger narrative that the opposition is trying to set over Waqf at the central level as well.
That's right. In fact, it also comes during the time when the opposition leaders in Karnataka have been planning for a statewide protest on November 4th, opposing the entire classification of agricultural land as Waqf board property. And this comes in land records across several districts in Karnataka, which has definitely not gone down well with respect to the farmers, especially when there are places that are getting into election mode, and you have even three important constituencies in Karnataka that are getting into the by-election mode here. This definitely does not really augur well for the Congress. Perhaps keeping that in mind, the Chief Minister has taken this decision today. For the last few days, the Revenue Department officials in various districts have been issuing notices to farmers stating that their land was classified as Waqf board property in land records. Many of the farmers have also gone public about this, talking about how this is absolute unjust activity done to them, and they have also been relentlessly protesting. That some of the districts where the farmers were holding overnight protests, not eating anything, and this is the kind of situation that we saw in most districts across Karnataka. Now this statement or this decision of Siddaramaiah will definitely come as a big boost for the farmers now that their agitations have all been answered with respect to this one key decision that's been taken.
All right, Pratibha, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. So certainly the big Waqf row there with the Chief Minister withdrawing the notices to farmers, sending out that message that farmers will not be harassed over the Waqf controversy. Moving now to the political controversy in Maharashtra, and this of course after Arvind Sawant, the Uddhav Sena MP, made a contentious remark against Shaina NC, who is now a Shinde Sena candidate from Mumbai Devi. Remember, Arvind Sawant made a misogynistic remark to criticize Shaina NC for jumping ship from the BJP to the Shinde Sena days ahead of the polls. Now Shaina NC had fiercely spoken out on it, saying that neither am I anyone's item nor am I imported. This of course is she filed a police complaint against Arvind Sawant as well. Arvind Sawant now says that, well, my intention was not to hurt anyone. Take a look.
आप सभी जानते हो कि पिछले एक दिन से बड़ा माहौल भारतवर्ष में मचाया जा रहा है कि अरविंद सावंत जी ने किसी महिलाओं का अपमान किया। जिंदगी में नहीं किया। 55 साल राजनीति में हूँ। जिस तरह से जो वक्तव्य हुआ, वो वक्तव्य को उसका अलग अर्थ लगाकर जानबूझकर मुझे टारगेट किया जा रहा है, वो मुझे खेद लगता है, दुख लगता है। लेकिन फिर भी मेरे वक्तव्य से किसी को मन को ठेस पहुंची होगी तो मैं दिलगिरी व्यक्त करता हूं।
Meanwhile, what is happening in the political fray? Well, rebels have become a huge concern both for the Mahayuti as well as the Mahavikas Aghadi. In fact, the Congress says that they've already reached out to the rebels, given the fact that we almost have 80 to 100 rebels in the political fray in Maharashtra. The Congress says all is well and rebels will soon withdraw their nominations. Take a look.
We have with us the Maharashtra in charge of the Congress party here before the elections. Sir, first of all, 2 inductions have happened to the party, have happened in the party. But in the last 1 week, we are seeing that major leaders are either have already moved to the Bharatiya Janata Party or, as Fadnavis has said, are on their way to the BJP. Firstly, how much truth is there in that statement? And if there is, does it really impact you?
Say, there is no impact. And those who are going, they are coming back. That is happening. Those who are gone to BJP, they are all coming back. Because they understood what is BJP. Because Congress has got a history. And Vichardhara. That Vichardhara ke ansar hum log kaam kar rahe hain. Here, the BJP leadership in Maharashtra is trying to woo some of our people. But which is not at all going to affect us. Because so many people are coming back now. Even people are resigning from BJP and joining Congress. Vanchit, people are coming and joining. And so many other political parties, people are coming and joining Congress. So we don't find anything unusual in this.
Sir, one thing about the rebels is that we came here a couple of days ago and you addressed the media. You sounded very confident. Today also you sound very confident on how rebels will come back.
The rebels, we had a meeting of the 3 important political parties, Shiv Sena, NCP and Congress. We have decided to persuade them to withdraw. That process is going on. 4th is the last date.
And are you confident about persuading most of them back?
Yeah, we are ready to. Everybody. We are ready. We are doing it. Okay. We are sure that they will withdraw.
Sir, final question is, Congress is fighting 11 candidates from Mumbai this time around, and on many seats they are fielding those who lost last time around. What I want to know is that does it mean that Congress has failed to groom young leaders because they have to depend on...
We have given more young leaders in Maharashtra and Bombay. We will also give more of them. Some certain areas we have to see so many other things also. That is why. So we are ready to give new faces everywhere. In the Maharashtra list also you can see that most of them are new faces. We are given prominence to the new faces and young people. in a total list if you see.
And moving now to, well, militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. Militancy continues to be a huge challenge for the newly formed government in the Union Territory. In Anantnag, an area which has been prone to militancy, we saw today 2 terrorists being neutralized. There was a fierce gun and battle, a fierce encounter between security forces and terrorists in Anantnag, an extremely challenging terrain, challenging topography for our security forces, and a major anti-terror encounter there in Anantnag as well. Moving now to Srinagar, well, a fierce encounter is still underway, I believe. This is search operations also continue in Srinagar, where 2 terrorists are believed to be hiding. Now remember, in the past 2 weeks, we've seen major terror encounters across Jammu and Kashmir. But look at those visuals of unprecedented security deployment, perhaps in Srinagar, as 2 terrorists are expected to be in the hiding. But listen in to what former Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah said, because remember, these terror designs are being attributed to across the border. In fact, Farooq Abdullah just a couple of days back also said that we know where these terrorists are coming from. Take a look.
हम इसे निपट लेंगे इंशाल्लाह, लोग इसके साथ नहीं है। नहीं सवाल ही नहीं। मैं इस बात में ये कहूँगा कि इस पर तहकीकात होनी चाहिए। हो कैसे रहा, इसके बजाय कि इनको मारें, इनको पकड़ना चाहिए और पकड़ के हमें मालूम करना चाहिए कौन इनके पीछे। कोई ऐसी एजेंसी तो पीछे नहीं है जो उमर अब्दुल्ला को डिस्टेबलाइज करना चाहती है।
डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब इस बात को जानते हैं, ये आतंकवाद, ये बम, बंदूक, पिस्तौल, गोलियां ये पाकिस्तान से आ रही हैं। पाकिस्तान के कब्जे वाले जम्मू कश्मीर में आतंकवादियों के ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स हैं। आईएसआई और पाकिस्तान की सेना आतंकवादियों को ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। ये जगजाहिर बात है। इसमें किस बात की छानबीन करनी है, इसमें कौन सी जांच पड़ताल है।
Let me go across to our senior colleague Nazir Masoodi joining us live. So Nazir sir, 2 terror encounters in one day, and this comes just a day after we saw 2 migrants being shot at as well. Militancy remains a huge challenge. In fact, Farooq Sahab made an important point that we need to investigate who are the people behind this, and there needs to be an investigation, and that this is a bit to destabilize the Umar Abdullah government.
Well, that is a larger politics because of the dual control in Jammu and Kashmir. When you have an elected government without having control over the security and the police in Jammu and Kashmir, they are trying to say, look, the central government is not doing enough, or they have not succeeded to eliminating militancy or controlling militancy. That is what Farooq Abdullah is trying to say. And BJP is saying, look, it is Pakistan who is sending militants and also guns and grenades from there. So what is the point of having an investigation? We all know that what is happening. Having said that, Srinagar woke up to fierce gun battle in downtown areas of Khan Yar neighborhood, where a Pakistani militant was believed to be hiding as the security force zeroed in. There was a fierce gun battle. After a 9-hour-long fierce encounter, militant has been reportedly killed, and the target house has been destroyed in the fire. 4 policemen are reportedly injured. They have received splinter injuries after militant lobbed a grenade, and they have received splinter injuries, and they are reportedly out of danger and have received minor injuries. And there was another encounter in Anantnag's Changas area where security force with a military precision and a swift anti-terror operation have killed 2 militants in a jungle area without giving them any chance to retaliate. And so that was operation with military precision, with actionable intelligence. And both the militants have been killed without any damage or the injuries to the security forces. There was also, as we have been reporting since yesterday, an attack on innocent laborers from UP. They come here to eke out their living. Yesterday, terrorists targeted them, 2 laborers, Sufyan and Usman. They were shot at and injured. One has received bullet injury in the hand, second in the leg. And there was also an attack on that attempt to attack an army camp in Bandipur that was immediately repulsed by the army. And according to army, militants fled from that area, and a search operation is underway in that area as well.
All right, Nazir, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. So 1 terrorist has been killed in that encounter, as Nazir is reporting, but policemen injured as well. 4 policemen have been injured. So extremely concerning there how not just army jawans, policemen, but also innocent civilians are now bearing the brunt of militancy in Jammu and Kashmir. But moving now to our special report from Digha Ghat in Patna. Well, Bihar is getting ready for its biggest festival, the Chhath Puja, and these are the ghats where millions of devotees will descend soon. Take a look.
Chhath, the worship of God Sun, the most pious festival for the Bihari diaspora, especially in the states of Bihar, Jharkhand and Eastern UP, and also the Bihari diaspora spread across the globe. Now the preparation is on for the festival of Chhath, which starts on 5th of this month and will end on the 8th. This is the only Hindu puja where the setting sun is worshipped. So it's a festival where the sun is worshipped, and in the evening of the 7th, you will see lakhs of people thronging to these ghats. We are at the bank of river Ganges in Patna, and thankfully the water seems to be very clean, unlike the river Yamuna, which we saw in Delhi, which is highly polluted. Now this is the river Ganges, and you can see the barricades over there. These are the safety barricades put up by the administration to ensure that the people don't cross this barricade, and this is where the depth of the river is safe enough for the devotees actually to take a holy dip into river Ganges. And it is usually observed on the bank of rivers and the ponds. The reason why the administration steps up security on the banks of the rivers and the ponds to ensure that nobody gets drowned due to the huge crowd which actually gathers here. This is the Digha Ghat of Patna. The preparation is already underway. You can see these safety poles. These are the lighted poles which are erected at all the ghats of Patna. Around 10 to 15 kilometers of the stretch of river Ganges in and around Patna has been barricaded like this, and lakhs of people will throng here, will come to the banks to worship Lord Sun, and the administration is present here in full force, right from the cops to the magistrates. They are all deputed here round the clock to ensure that no untoward incident happens, because if we have seen in past the stampede situation happening at these banks where a few people unfortunately also lost their lives. So the auspicious Chhath festival, the preparation is already underway.
So, well, Bihar gearing up for Chhath Puja, but finally it's Shah Rukh Khan's 59th birthday, and wishes are pouring in from across Bollywood, across the world in fact, to celebrate Bollywood's Bazigar. In fact, there were huge queues outside Mannat, his Mumbai residence as well. All right, so innovative ways in which fans wishing Shah Rukh Khan, and all of them gathering outside Mannat, visuals we see year after year for Shah Rukh Khan. That will take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
शिवाजी महाराज की
त्यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi. The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insight from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation.
It's important to address education, and the Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham has been addressing that with its campuses spread across South India, headquartered in Coimbatore. And with me is Dr. Balakrishnan Shankar, Dean of the School of Engineering, and also Suresh Kudur, Director for the Academia Industry Partnership. Dr. Balakrishnan, if I may ask you the first question, in terms of when we look at education and creating a future for tomorrow or the citizen of tomorrow, what would be the crucial focus, especially when it comes to technology and enabling a student to be industry ready at the end of the day?
First of all, thank you for inviting us over from Amrita to this wonderful summit. Let me answer your question in a slightly different way. In Amrita University, we started under, of course, our Chancellor is Amma, the world-renowned humanitarian. And we started under her guidance a program called Live-in Labs, where the parent organization has adopted around 100 villages across the country. And our students go and work there. They take it as an elective, and they go and they actually work there, and they try to find out what the main problem is in that village and come back and work on a cost-effective solution and deploy it, and they get credit for it. Now, that kind of innovative ambience, you're forcing the students with real-life problems and you get to solve. And in the past 3 years, I'm happy to say we've filed 200 patents and 100 of them are accepted, granted.
200 patents and 100 have been accepted.
Yes. But what I'm trying to say is that the atmosphere of innovation, the university has to set up an ambience for innovation and research. And so we strongly believe in giving students, real-life projects, in faculty real-life projects. They involve everybody in an ambience of research. The motto of Amrita University is compassion-driven research. So under Amma's guidance, we want to find solutions for the common man's problems.
You're talking about innovation that can actually have an impact in society for the betterment in a country of that nature. And that would mean, A, is the technical knowledge of it. B, it's also about understanding the realities and identifying a problem statement.
Absolutely.
And how do you go about that process?
How do I go about that process? First, you have to identify what the problem is or what is the scope. I'll use a small story to answer your question. When we were first setting up the wireless center, a center for detecting landslides, for wireless network for landslide detection, the director of the labs and the vice chancellor, we got the first funding from the European Commission. That was the first funding that Amrita got. This was in 2006, international funding. They went to Amma and said, we want to set up this center. Then Amma asked, so what are you going to do with that center? Amma said, the chance to save lives come very rarely. So if you can actually deploy your system in a place which is prone with landslides, and you actually save lives, then accept the money, otherwise you don't. So, when accountability when you work for a saint is very high. So that's exactly what we did. We identified a village in Munnar, which is North Kerala, Middle Kerala, and which is susceptible to landslides, and we deployed sensors there, and we were able to predict landslides, and we've already evacuated the villages twice, and we've saved lives. And now the wireless center there is known as a world center of excellence in landslide detection. So the goal is, to answer your question, you set the goal very high. How do I actually solve this problem? And you have to have an interdisciplinary team. The key is interdisciplinary. So we should stop thinking about this department or that department. The key is interdisciplinary, bringing skill sets from various sides. Use AI, use the tools that you can, predict and solve.
And it's not just about interdisciplinary in terms of departments, but it's about bringing together, let's say, the industry, the society, the government all together. And that's where your role comes in.
Yeah. Just to add to that, actually, how do you build this workforce for the future? As we know, the technological disruptions like, say, intelligent robots and generative AIs, they're all really disrupting and reshaping the whole job landscape. And that requires new skills. And say, for example, AI is a big disruptor. And it is estimated to replace around 85 million jobs in the next 2 years and create another 100 million jobs. So that requires new skills. Now here, one of the key differences, see, always automation has replaced jobs. But in the past, it's all manual labor-intensive jobs. The key difference this time is automation is replacing human intellectual functions. That is the key difference. So when the technology starts replacing the roles that need cognitive abilities, it completely disrupts the industry, business process, and production process, and that requires new skills. That is what Amrita is now focusing on, how to skill our students to take up not only current challenges, but even tomorrow's job profile. And that needs the real collaboration with the industry. They work directly with the industry projects. They go to the industry as interns and work there. And also, probably one other key points is the live-in labs, which Dr. Bala will be able to highlight, where students go to the rural areas, they work with the population there, they identify the problem statements, come back and come with a resolution. So they get to work on real-life problems, real-world problems, both in the industry and in the society.
So you're forecasting problems of the future for the industry, you're looking at existential problems in society, and you're trying to get a student to innovate and apply that innovation to a real-life solution, if I can put it in a nutshell.
Exactly.
And how do you
Student
promote
and-
then the spirit of entrepreneurship?
Student and faculty.
Student and faculty.
And
as well.
very
How difficult is it? It's more difficult to make a student aligned to it or a faculty aligned to
See,
it?
you asked the right question. Say, the innovation, if you really look at in the knowledge era, the asset is actually intellectual property, IP, new knowledge. And the universities cannot remain as just centers of knowledge dissemination alone, knowledge distribution alone. They need to be knowledge creators. And that is where the innovation comes up. And innovation has to be, it's a mindset, it's a culture. You create new course, you introduce new subject, that will not create a mindset of innovation. It's a mindset. And Amrita is kind of focusing on that. Because let me tell you, innovation is not a natural ally to education. It may sound counterintuitive to at least to some, because education is training and skilling us to comply with what is existing. Now, if you want to disrupt, to change, you need to build that innovation culture, and that's what. And entrepreneurs is the drivers who will take that innovation out there, into the world.
I'm just going to go off script a bit and just ask you both this question. How do you inspire that entrepreneurial spirit? Given that you have had an education system that was defined to cater products to the industry without having to actually reimagine it. Maybe we're walking into a very different world right now. How do you inspire that entrepreneurial spirit?
So I will just answer, then we'll give it to Dr. Bala. In the last year MSME hackathon for startup ideas, Pan-India 35 ideas were selected, and 9 out of them were from Amrita University. So that's a great achievement in terms of how you encourage the students to start. We have a Amrita Center for Entrepreneurship where we encourage the faculty and the students to start their own. We have recently also launched Atal Incubation Center, which is a Niti Aayog scheme. One of them in Coimbatore is at Amrita University, where we encourage startups to come. And one of the focus area is e-mobility, and the other being cybersecurity. Two key areas like where India is going to add a lot.
So place where industry comes in to reach out and find these kind of young talent, which is both innovation and has entrepreneurial
They work
spirit.
together,
right?
Actually.
You asked me which is easier, the student
Faculty
or
or
the faculty. Right now, the scenario in the world is that the student is able to catch up much faster. He seems to be, because the faculty is already trained in a particular way and needs to rethink. So it's more difficult for the faculty now, because they've already come with some baggage. The student is fresh, literally fresh.
And
But
heavy
that's-
baggage some faculty come with.
But that said, when you confront somebody with a real life problem and say, I want it solved, and you set up an ambience where different people from different backgrounds come. For example, there are researchers doing AI and health. So they need to know health, they need to know how I can apply this. I can apply AI in predicting new materials. I can apply AI in discovering new drugs. So what happens is you need some domain knowledge, and you need new skills, and you need to set up an ambience that drives that forward.
And all this would be essential ingredients in creating a workforce for the future of India's multi-trillion-dollar economy that you are aiming for.
Absolutely. One is the workforce, and the other is like on the higher end of the food chain, where you are leveraging the expertise of the internal researchers, collaborating with the industry to create new technology. For example, like one of the research area we are focusing on is hydrogen as a fuel. Dr. Bala is spearheading those research. Hydrogen as an alternate fuel, because hydrogen vehicles could be one of the options for tomorrow. So that is how we take that research up.
Nested in the beautiful city of Coimbatore, in the middle of Western Ghats, I'm sure you have campuses around that place.
Yeah. Beautiful.
When it comes to that kind of a rural setting, the key challenge is also about getting more women into the workforce, more trained in that process. Is that a crucial challenge?
Thank you for asking that. Yes, we recently got the UNESCO chair for gender equality and women empowerment. And we've trained more than 100,000 women in a program called Amrita Shri, where we help several women across India who are disadvantaged to set up small businesses and all that. We've used haptic technology to train women in various vocational skills, in different skills. For example, haptic technology is it's like a robotic device that gives you force feedback. So using the same device, I can teach many trades using the same thing. For example, on the screen, let's say I'm cutting a pipe. On the screen, I have a pipe. I change the material of the pipe from PVC to steel, then the force I feel is different. So using the same device, I can train a person on different machining operations. So using that, we've trained a lot of women in various vocational skills. I'm building toilets in their villages and things like that, and then setting up water filters. So that has led to a UNESCO chair in gender equality and women empowerment that Amrita has got. And we strongly believe that there, because deep in the villages, there is still a lot of bias, gender bias when it comes to education.
And in terms of instilling the desire, for instance, where one of the big problems that India has often faced and spoken about is brain drain, where you have top educational institution people going, like you went to IIT, did a PhD in the US, most stay back, you came back. From a rural environment and in terms of an institute that you're running, how do you inculcate and inspire them to look at social problems, which may not be monetarily immediately rewarding, but it could give great rewards over a long period of time. How do you go about that process?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, like Dr. Bala, I myself did my MS in US and I came back to India. So, I mean, and that reverse brain drain is only on the rise nowadays. But as I rightly said, see, an institution like ours, we focus on, again, like more enabling the rural populations and those students, like skilling them who contribute back to the country. So there are a lot of those programs. So not only we get the intakes, we also give back to the society. As Dr. Bala rightly said, we skill women and for making so that they can make a living out of the skills. So that is something certainly we are looking at. We focus on who want to get job. Almost 350 plus companies come for campus placement every year at the campus. We also encourage as entrepreneurship, where we facilitate. And one point I want to make is, see, most of the time why students don't jump into entrepreneurship is fear of failure. What if you try 2 years, 3 years and don't be successful, and can I get back to the job market? And if we can facilitate that, if we can assure that they will be taken care and they can come back to the job market, many students would dare to take up the entrepreneurship. That is something we must look at as a policy, that how to enable that.
I wish one of your students will come up with a technology to make more time, because we are run out of time on this conversation.
Great. And probably I want to make one last point is that academia and industry must understand each other's strengths and look for stronger collaboration for creating the technology breakthroughs and knowledge, so that we can make India a big economically as well as technologically advanced country.
On that note, and I hope, wish you all success. Yes, very quickly, sir.
Yeah, we, in Amrita, we not only have reverse brain drain, a lot of people coming back, we also have brain gain. There are people from other countries who have come and become our faculty.
Brain gain, not just reverse brain drain. Thanks very much for being part of the NDTV World Summit.
Thank you so much.
All the best on all your endeavors there. Thank you very much for being here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
Corruption first, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost
honorable dignitaries, guests, and my industry colleagues. It is my honor to be speaking here today. As the Honorable Prime Minister said, in a world full of chaos, what is being talked about is India. The India story is being talked about. We are well on track to cross the $5 trillion mark. This is exemplary and a reflection of how much progress we made over the past few decades. I will start with a personal story. In 1986, when I was a 6-year-old, my birthday gift was a 30-minute flight from Delhi to Dehradun on a Dornier aircraft. My second flight was only in 2003 to college, Delhi to Nagpur, 17 years after my first flight. The Indian middle class is now taking their second flight within days of their first flight. This has been possible due to the strong and business-friendly economic policies of the government. Just to put things in perspective, India has approximately 800 aircrafts. Another about 1,500 aircrafts are on order and expected to be delivered over the next decade. 2 of the world's largest aircraft orders, I repeat, 2 of the world's largest aircraft orders have come from Indian carriers. I believe this is just the tip of the iceberg, and India will continue this exponential growth in coming years. Consider these numbers. India has a middle-class population of about 400 million. US has a total population of 300 million. United States has about 7,800 plus aircraft. India has 800 aircraft only. India has 0.20 seats per capita. We are fast catching up to mature markets such as China, which is 0.7 seats per capita, and US, which is 4 seats per capita. Less than 5% of Indians have ever been on an aircraft, and about 85% of domestic traffic is within metros, which means that there is huge runway for growth. There is a strong infrastructure push. As our Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, the number of airports doubled in the last decade, and we will touch about 220 by end of this decade. I speak for the industry when I say we are committed to our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Udan, Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. We are ready for the challenge of connecting every Indian city, town with convenient, safe, and sustainable flight solutions. Indian airlines have already begun this journey. They have already run test flights with sustainable aviation fuel. As an engine maker, we at GE Aerospace have built new engines which are 10 to 15% more fuel efficient, less emitting than their predecessors. We are currently working on an engine design that will be about 20% more efficient than the current generation. GE Aerospace is a proud partner to Indian aviation industry for more than 40 years. We continue to be invested in India, focused in India. We have a Pune multimodal factory since 2015 that makes engine parts, components that are used by engines all over the globe. This year, we announced a $30 million investment into this facility to expand our production. This facility has trained over 5,000 polytechnic graduates in precision aerospace manufacturing skills. Later today, we will announce a $2.3 million global investment in skills, and a part of that will benefit polytechnics in India. Our engineers in Bangalore are researching on the next generation technology, and we are laying the building blocks of a robust supply chain ecosystem. In defense sector, we continue to work with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. They assemble our 11M 2500 marine propulsion engines that powers Indian Navy carriers. They will soon manufacture the F414 military engine right here in India. The aerospace industry is an important driver of Indian economic growth and flag bearer of our local manufacturing ambitions. We are making good strides in indigenous production of aircraft parts, commercial and defense, space exploration, and cutting-edge defense technologies. The sector is creating high-skilled jobs and attracting high-value investments. At this moment, when I speak to you, over 900,000 people across the globe are flying with GE Aerospace technology under wing. This is a big responsibility, and we take that seriously. We at GE Aerospace are committed to our purpose, which is we invent the future of flight, lift people up, and bring them home safely. In closing, I will say, I cannot be more excited what India has to offer to the aviation sector and what this sector can do for India's economic growth. Thank you and Jai Hind.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictators.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi.
The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insights from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world. NDTV World.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
India rejects Canada's charge against Home Minister Amit Shah. India says baseless references against Amit Shah. This as India hands over a diplomatic note to Canada amid charges against the Home Minister. India also warns Canada of serious consequences for its allegations. India's snooping charge against Canada amid the Niger showdown. Well, India hits out at Canada for spying on its officials. India says there's harassment of consular officials in Canada. UBT Sena MP Arvind Sawant apologizes to Shaina NC. The apology after outrage over sexist remarks. Sawant says, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. Two encounters in Jammu and Kashmir. In Anantnag, 2 terrorists have been killed. Meanwhile, in Srinagar, 2 terrorists trapped in a crackdown. Former Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah says these terror encounters are a bit to destabilize the Omar Abdullah government. Farooq says there should be an investigation into who these people are, where they are coming from. Ravinder Ren of the BJP says, what is there to investigate? Superstar Shah Rukh Khan turns 59 today. Wishes pour in from all across the world for the Badshah of Bollywood. Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, India's strong response to Canada on allegations against Home Minister Amit Shah in this entire Niger face-off. Well, India says these allegations are purely baseless and that we've also handed over a diplomatic note to Canada amid these allegations. India says that, well, these references are completely unfounded and if these allegations continue, there will be serious consequences. Take a look.
We had summoned the representative of the Canadian High Commission yesterday. A diplomatic note was handed over in reference to the proceedings of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in Ottawa on October 29th, 2024. It was conveyed in the note that the Government of India protests in the strongest terms to the absurd and baseless references made to the Union Home Minister of India before the committee by Deputy Minister David Morrison.
Meanwhile, India has also levelled serious allegations against Canada. India says that we've been informed that consular officials in Canada were under scrutiny, were under some sort of audio-video surveillance. Now, this spying charge is extremely sensational given the fact that India has said that communications of the consular officials in Canada were also intercepted by the government. Take a look.
Yes, some of our consular officials were recently informed by the Canadian government that they have been and continued to be under audio and video surveillance. Their communications have also been intercepted. We have formally protested to the Canadian government as we deem these actions to be a flagrant violation of relevant diplomatic and consular conventions.
So India-Canada diplomatic relations certainly hitting rock bottom given the fact that Canada, of course, has made these wild allegations without any proof in public domain. Though, of course, Canada earlier had said that we do want to share proof, but no proof has been put out so far in the public domain, particularly as far as these absolutely wild allegations against the Home Minister are concerned. India saying that these are absolutely baseless and unfounded. Remember, earlier India had recalled various diplomats as well, and the former envoy to Canada, in fact, had also made several important points that we work in an atmosphere of great intolerance as far as Canada is concerned. In fact, the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson also reiterating that charge, saying that there's a lot of harassment and intimidation that consular officials are facing in Canada. But let me go across to my colleague Mohammed Ghazali. So Ghazali, what is the way forward now? Because certainly the ties have hit rock bottom. India also upping the ante. India but strongly rejecting allegations against Home Minister Amit Shah leveled by Canada as well. And one point that India has been reiterating time and again is that evidence needs to be put out in the public domain once these wild allegations are made.
See, the diplomatic relations are only worsening by every day. Initially, there was allegations that Indian government, our intelligence agencies were involved in targeted killings in Canada. When this entire report came out last year about the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. And then we have seen targeted harassment of Indian diplomats there, those Indians who are a bit patriotic, and how despite repeatedly the Indian government and Indian officials, diplomatic officials, not only in Canada, but our own External Affairs Ministry have been raising it repeatedly with their counterparts in Canada. And despite that, there has been no such development which sort of supports this claim that perhaps India was involved in any kind of targeted killing of Canadian citizens on Canadian soil. And after that, it has only escalated with Canadian ministers now naming Indian Home Minister Amit Shah. Before that, India has also expelled 6 of the Canadian diplomats from India. And despite raising it multiple times, this perhaps has not earned the desired results for India. That is why a strong condemnation has come out from come from MEA, which says that all these allegations against Indian Union Home Minister, that he, on his directions, perhaps these targeted killings are taking place in Canada, is all baseless. And also, this is very serious, that how our own diplomats or people in the diplomatic community who are based there in Canada were also put under surveillance by Canadian officials. Spying and surveillance is a very serious charge when it comes to diplomacy between the two countries, and that is why a strong reaction has come from MEA, and it doesn't look so that in the coming days we will see any kind of amendments from Canada when it comes to relations with India. And perhaps after the elections, maybe the situation will improve. But as of now, it only looks that things are only going down the hill when it comes to India-Canada relations.
All right, Ghazali, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Ghazali is reporting, surveillance and spying is an extremely serious charge when it comes to diplomacy, and that is what India has levelled against Canada. But moving now to the latest on the Salman Khan firing case. Well, one of the main accused is Anmol Bishnoi, who is Lawrence Bishnoi's brother, and the process of extradition as far as Anmol Bishnoi is concerned has begun as far as India goes. Remember, India has said that this process has begun of extradition of Anmol Bishnoi from the US. Remember, there is a clear link that the Maharashtra police has established as far as the Salman Khan firing case is concerned, and also the Baba Siddiqui murder is concerned. It is the Bishnoi gang which is suspected to be behind both these sensational incidents, and now the extradition of Anmol Bishnoi is going to be a key aspect as far as the investigation is concerned.
आपने बात कही अनमोल बिश्नोई की। ये जो मसला है, इन सब चीज़ों पे अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है, छानबीन चल रही है, और इन सब बातों, ये सब जो बातें हैं ये लीगल डोमेन में आती है, और चूँकि लीगल डोमेन में आती हैं, जो एस्टैब्लिश्ड प्रोसीजर्स है उसके तहत इस मसले पे कार्रवाई होगी।
And moving now to the huge political controversy in Karnataka over Waqf land. Well, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah chaired a high-level meeting. In fact, he's also ordered the withdrawal of notices to farmers. Now, this is an important political message as well. Siddaramaiah says that farmers cannot be harassed. This, of course, as his own party, the Congress, has staged multiple walkouts as far as that joint parliamentary committee meeting on the Waqf bill is concerned. But Siddaramaiah making it clear that farmers will not be harassed and the notices sent to them will be withdrawn.
ಈಗ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ನನ್ನೂ ಕರೆದಿದ್ರು, ನಾನು ಸಂಡೂರಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಿದ್ದ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತೇನೋ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ತಗೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂಪಡಿಬೇಕಂತ ಸೂಚನೆನ ವಫ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳೇ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರಂತೆ. ನಿನ್ನೆನೂ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಯಾರು ರೈತರದು ಆತಂಕ ಬೀಳೋದು ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಭಯ ಬೀಳೋದು ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರಿಗೂ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ರೈತರಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರಿಗೆ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಏನಾರು ಅವ್ರ ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಟಿಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಹಿಂಪಡಿತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಸೂಚನೆನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
So, of course, the Chief Minister making an important political point here as well. This, of course, as Waqf has been in the news in the past couple of months, ever since the Waqf Amendment Bill was proposed by the government, and it was almost after a decade that we saw that a bill was sent to a joint parliamentary committee. But what's happening in Karnataka? Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha Raman joining us on the phone line. So, Pratibha, what does this mean politically? Siddaramaiah saying farmers will not be harassed and withdrawing the notices sent to them over the Waqf controversy.
This is definitely a move keeping in mind the farmers' protests that have been on in several districts of Karnataka. Also at a time when 3 of the constituencies in Karnataka are getting into by-election mode, and Congress does not really want to hurt its chances, especially with the last few days of the guarantee schemes that have also played a big role in the political debate of sorts between the Congress and the BJP. The Chief Minister's decision also comes at a time when the BJP had been planning to stage protests, like a statewide protest of sorts on November, that is tomorrow. And they had been planning this protest, and this is definitely a counter move that has been taken as in the form of a decision after holding a meeting. And the Chief Minister has very categorically suggested that all the notices will be withdrawn. And several districts in Karnataka, starting from Vijaypura to Chikbalapur as well as Chitradurga, where we've seen farmers who are agitated, where their land records have suddenly been changed belonging to the Waqf board property, and this is definitely not something that has gone down well both for the BJP as well as for the farmers, hurting the prospects of the Congress, and that is precisely why the Chief Minister has made this move.
All right, Pratibha, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. But how is this playing out at the central level? Well, Asaduddin Owaisi of the AIMIM has hit out at the BJP over inclusion of non-Muslim members as far as the Waqf board is concerned. Remember, we have seen in the past 2 months particularly the opposition staging multiple walkouts as far as those JPC meetings were concerned, and Owaisi is saying that non-Muslim members must not be included in the Waqf board. Now the BJP has hit back. The BJP says that the Supreme Court has also made it clear that this is not a religious organization. Take a look.
TTD के बोर्ड के 24 मेंबर बनाए गए, जिसमें जनाब BR नायडू साहब जो चेयरमैन हैं, उसमें जो 24 मेंबर्स है बोर्ड के, उसमें एक भी नॉन हिंदू नहीं है। क्यों नहीं है? इसलिए नहीं है क्योंकि टीटीडी का जो बोर्ड का जो सेक्शन है, सेक्शन 96, उसमें ये लिखा गया है, the persons 96 subsection 2, the persons appointed as members of the subsection 1 shall be persons professing Hindu religion. तो जितने 24 मेंबर बनाए गए हैं टीटीडी के, वो पूरे के पूरे हिंदूज हैं, नॉन हिंदू नहीं है।
यहाँ पे जो ओवैसी जी कह रहे हैं तो वो तो पहले ही कहते हैं वक्फ इज नॉट, ये तो कोर्ट का जजमेंट है, इट्स नॉट ए रिलीजियस थिंग, ये तो मैनेजमेंट ऑफ लैंड के लिए है, वो कोई धार्मिक अकीदा नहीं है, वो कोई धर्म स्थल नहीं है। तो अगर वो एक लैंड है और लैंड के मैनेजमेंट, इस पर तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट है।
इन हिंदू टेम्पल हिंदू ओनली हैज टू वर्क, no other religion.
So are there non-Hindus also there now?
There are people. They are putting some name Venkateshwar Rao and he is going to the church. They're all converted. We'll find out that who are there with TTD vigilance, and I'll ask that report also. We'll take some action on that.
And moving now to, well, the situation in Jammu and Kashmir as far as militancy is concerned. 2 back-to-back anti-terror encounters have been reported in Jammu and Kashmir today from Anantnag to Srinagar. Remember, Anantnag is an area very susceptible, vulnerable to militancy, and today we saw 2 terrorists being gunned down as far as Anantnag is concerned. It's an extremely challenging terrain and topography for our security forces. Meanwhile, in Srinagar as well, we have seen a terror encounter break out. In fact, 4 policemen have been injured in this fierce gun battle between security forces and the terrorists there. Now remember, there's unprecedented security deployment as far as Srinagar is concerned. And the Omar Abdullah government faces this challenge of rising militancy. We have seen in the past 2 weeks almost 5 to 6 major terror incidents in which civilians have also died. It was just yesterday that we saw 2 migrant laborers being shot at in Jammu and Kashmir's Badgam, which again is an area prone to militancy. But Farooq Abdullah says that these terrorists should not be killed, but they should be asked questions, interrogated, and there needs to be an investigation that has to be done to ascertain where these people are coming from. Earlier, of course, Farooq Abdullah had said that there is no doubt that these are Pakistani terror outfits. Take a look.
सिक्योरिटी लैप्सेस का प्रश्न नहीं है, ये तो आप जानते हैं कि पहले कितनी आतंकवादी वारदातें होती थी। अब तो बहुत ये कहा जाए कि अब पहले के कंपैरिजन में बहुत ही नगण्य हुई हैं और हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से सजग हैं और ऐसी परिस्थितियां वहां पर पैदा होंगी कि फिर आतंकवादी वारदातें पूरी तरह से वहां से समाप्त होंगी और जम्मू कश्मीर का तेजी से डेवलपमेंट भी होगा। नहीं, देखो, ऐसा ये नहीं कह सकते कि बहुत बढ़े हुए हैं, लेकिन जो भी हुए हैं, इधर 1, 2, 3, 4 घटनाएं हुई हैं, वो निश्चित रूप से दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण हैं और हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से सजग हैं और उसका जवाब भी दे रही हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि उसका जवाब नहीं दिया जा रहा है। बहुत सारे टेररिस्ट मारे भी गए।
हम इसे निपट लेंगे इंशाल्लाह, लोग इसके साथ नहीं है। नहीं, सवाल ही नहीं। मैं इस बात में ये कहूँगा कि इस पर तहकीकात होनी चाहिए। हो कैसे रहा है, इसके बजाय कि इनको मारें, इनको पकड़ना चाहिए। और पकड़ के हमें मालूम करना चाहिए कौन इनके पीछे। कोई ऐसी एजेंसी तो पीछे नहीं है जो उमर अब्दुल्ला को डिस्टेबलाइज करना चाहती है।
डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब इस बात को जानते हैं, ये आतंकवाद, ये बम, बंदूक, पिस्तौल, गोलियां ये पाकिस्तान से आ रही हैं। पाकिस्तान के कब्जे वाले जम्मू कश्मीर में आतंकवादियों के ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स हैं। आईएसआई और पाकिस्तान की सेना आतंकवादियों को ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। ये जगजाहिर बात है। इसमें किस बात की छानबीन करनी है? इसमें कौन सी जांच पड़ताल है?
Meanwhile, the huge political slugfest in Maharashtra over Arvind Sawant's sexist remark. Remember now, he has apologized for what he said about Shaina NC, making various misogynistic references while criticizing her for jumping ship from the BJP to the Shinde Sena. Shaina NC had also fiercely criticized her. In fact, Shaina NC had approached the police as well, and she told NDTV that, well, this is nothing but misogyny, and she had also questioned the silence of various opposition women leaders particularly.
आज के दिन मैं सिर्फ ये कहूंगी कि ऑफिशियल स्टैंड उबाटा सेना का क्या है। अरविंद सावंत माफी मांगते हैं, संजय राउत माफी नहीं मांगते। और जहां तक अमीन पटेल का सवाल है, जब वो हंस रहे हैं, क्या वो हंसते जो मैं उनके कौम की थी या उनके बिरादरी की थी या उनके वोट बैंक की थी या उनके रिश्ते में थी? बताइए, सच बताइए, सत्यमेव जयते।
And well, it's Shah Rukh Khan's 59th birthday, and wishes pour in now from not just Bollywood but from across the world. And there's a beeline of fans outside his residence, Mannat, as well. My colleague Abiradhar sent us this report.
We are in Khar at Bal Gangadhar's Mandir, where all the SRK fans are here. This is a meet and greet. They are here to meet Shah Rukh Khan. You can see they are extremely excited on his 59th birthday. All these fans have collected and they're going inside where Shah Rukh will be coming in an hour or so. आप लोग कहाँ से आए हैं?
हम लोग द क्लब SRK नागपुर से।
हर साल आप आते हैं?
Yes, every year.
अच्छा, मुझे बताइए आपका शाहरुख खान का फेवरेट फिल्म कौन सा है?
मेरा मैं हूं ना, मोहब्बतें, दिलवाली दुल्हनिया ले जाएगी, वीर ज़रा, जब तक है जान।
कितनी बार देखी है ये मूवीज?
मैंने 7 बार देखी है। मैंने 20 बार देखी होगी, 15 बार देखी होगी।
मैंने 7 बार देखी और अभी री रिलीज हुई तो
बार बार देखते रहता हूँ।
मैं तो कोलकाता से आया हूँ, हर साल आता हूँ। मुझे छुट्टी नहीं मिल रहा था, बोला छुट्टी नहीं होगा क्योंकि काली पूजा का टाइम है, तो मैं अपने काम छोड़ दिया, छोड़ के आ गया। नौकरी तो मिल जाएगी लेकिन ये मौका बार बार नहीं ना मिलता है।
There you go. That's the craze of Shah Rukh Khan. Like you can see, they have been waiting here since morning to go inside and meet their idol Shah Rukh Khan, who turns 59 today. According to reports, Shah Rukh will not be coming outside to wave to his fans because of security reasons. So this is their only opportunity to meet their idol. This is Abiradhar reporting from Mumbai for NDTV.
And well, the big international headline, just 3 days to go for the high-stakes electoral battle in the US, and White House is all set for this crucial election. In fact, there's unprecedented security deployment as well outside White House. So there you can see those visuals of preparations at the Washington, D.C.
The Indian American community is 5.1 million strong, growing in number, growing in economic might, and growing in political representation. What are their priorities, their challenges, and are they getting a space or equal space in American political landscape? That's a question I put forth to a very power-packed panel and group of Indian Americans celebrating Diwali but also welcoming NDTV into their homes as we speak. Sir, thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking to NDTV. Let me start by asking you that there's a lot of space now, political space being given to Indian Americans, a community that's really grown in all aspects, whether it's economic, political, or sheer numbers. What, according to you, are the top 2 or 3 concerns of the community?
Great question. First of all, welcome. Welcome to our home. It is really an honor to have such a beautiful community. It's actually a representation of a lot of the folks here. Livingston has grown in leaps and bounds to have Indian community. And for that reason, I was able to come on the town council seat and as part of the government. And from that vantage point, I can say that there are a few concerns, but also there are lots of good vibes for Indian Americans. I would say that one concern would be representation, to make sure that we are represented. We come from the largest democracy in the world to the oldest democracy in the world. Democracy is part of our lives. And we actually know the system. We can actually work through. We are not afraid of raising our hand, which is what I did a few years ago, and say, it's fine, let me get into the public life. But in doing so, sometimes you do have to make room for yourself, which is one concern, which is to say that, yes, we want to make room for ourselves. Let's continue to work towards it. So that makes it not a concern, but an opportunity, I would say. It's less of a concern growing, as the time goes by. Yes. It's an opportunity where a lot of people are able to get onto the seats.
Also bring in some of the other members, and I come back to the question with which I started with, which is that the top two priorities that would be for the Indian community, Indian American community here, at a time when the perception is that they are essentially being wooed by both the Democrats and the Republicans. Let me ask that to the pretty lady in the blue outfit about the fact that I would say it's a good time to be an Indian American in politics right now here, right? Everybody is wooing this group, isn't it?
I think it's always a good time to be an Indian American. I mean, I'm proud of my Indian heritage. I love being American as well as celebrating Diwali on this beautiful day, the Festival of Lights. But in general, I do think that what we're trying to look for is representation, like Ketan was saying, and that's just the main thing, that we need to be represented. We're not just a minority, but we're people who need to be represented, and that's the main issue. And I personally don't think that we see that in Trump, and I think Kamala Harris, not only does she represent our interest, but us as people. Okay. So I think that is the main difference kind of between Trump and Kamala Harris. So that's what my real opinion is about this.
Okay. What about you? What do you think about the fact that is the community is getting adequate political representation right now, incommensurate with its contribution, its growth, its potential? Do you see that?
At this time, I see a lot of representatives coming in, but I really don't see still the enough of everything yet. There's still on a lot of things we are pretty much behind when it comes to our support.
So what would you want as a member of the Indian American community for the next 3 to 4 years, maybe for the next presidential election when we would have this chat? What would you want as the top 2 or 3 things to be addressed by whichever of the two political parties?
Yeah, I guess more and more people should come and stand to show the representation.
Okay.
I guess that should be the top priority. Show up everywhere and be part of the politics.
With that, we'll take a short break now, but all the action in the US in the countdown to the crucial polls right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी, सिर्फ भारत की नहीं,
शिवाजी महाराज की
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही, त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत, पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi. The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insight from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world. NDTV World.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that
Now we are diving into a topic that affects every single one of us, the intricate connection between biodiversity and human health. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and the growing fragility of ecosystems are creating a threat to our health. We are not the only living creatures on Earth. There's a rich variety of life on our planet. इस biodiversity में हमारा एक slot है, एक निर्धारित जगह है. हमें अपने slot में सही सलामत रहने के लिए बाकी जीव जंतुओं और natural resources का बरकरार रहना ज़रूरी है. और मेरी मदद करने के लिए इस घंटे की मेरी को-एंकर है भूमि पेडनेकर.
Welcome, Bhumi. Good to see you here. Thank you for always supporting our campaign.
Thank you so much. I'm on this platform yet again this year. And yes, let's begin.
Bhumi, you've always been vocal about several important social causes, from your role with UNDP to being named a young global leader by World Economic Forum. It's a big thing, both incredible honors. And how are you using your position as somebody who's an opinion leader and creating some kind of buzz or difference in the society?
You know, I've always believed that cinema is very, very impactful. In fact, many of the films that we've done together kind of stand for that kind of cinema. With my first film, I realized that if used in the correct way, we can truly have an impact on a large number of people. So when I get a platform like UNDP or YGL that I'm a part of, which is Young Global Leaders with the World Economic Forum, you meet like-minded people that are passionate about like-minded causes. And together, when we join our forces, I feel we can just reach out to a large number of people. I have always used my platforms to create impact, and I'm so fortunate that I have the support of these wonderful organizations to do the same.
Gaurav, आप सुबह हमारे साथ थे, and I want to talk to you about how you're reaching out to the next generation. आपने Gen Z को पहले सिखाया, अब Gen Alpha आ चुका है, and you've seen that generational shift.
Yeah.
And how do you make that learning, that knowledge cool for the kids who may just take it as a chore?
I think one of the major shifts in terms of policy making in India in the last 10 years has been this recognition that kids and youth of this country, if you convert them, you convert generations.
Correct.
And that recognition has come maybe in the last 10 years and it's impacting policy making. And we understand that very clearly because obviously they're a very difficult cohort to attend to and especially in the areas of health and hygiene because those thoda serious topic hote hain and for them it's a chore. And what we are trying to do, you need two things. You need to, one, make it cool, as you said. And coolness in this area, I would say, means relatability. You need to make it relatable to them. And secondly, you need entertainment.
Yeah.
And as Shonali ji said, ki, jab tak wo fun, storytelling, games, interaction, you need elements like that to make the change happen. So we are doing a lot of work. I mean, most of the work that we are doing is basically trying to make this happen. And you saw an example of what you did just now with the KK Kitanu and the Neela Jadugar. Now imagine आप उसी चीज़ को एक किताब में वो dialogue आप लिख के दे दीजिए. Nothing will happen. And you show that to a bunch of school kids and I'm sure in one viewing 50% will convert, in the second viewing maybe 100% will convert. There are many such examples we are doing. We are making music albums on hygiene. So we have done albums in Tamil, in Rajasthani and Gujarati with renowned artists like Ustad Rais Khan, with Miss Geeta Rawadi, who's very famous, with Mr. Anthony Vasantham. These albums go out to the youth and obviously it impacts them much more than a normal thing would. We are doing fun in comics. I mean, you must have heard of Chacha Chaudhary and Lambu Motu and
उसी पे पड़े हुए बड़े
so हम सब उसी में बड़े हुए, but using those characters and putting the hygiene message there.
Yeah.
It's a major.
Yeah.
We just launched the AI kit. Yeah. Now, if you don't have that kit and you can't interact with that, obviously the learning is very different. And the website that we launched in the morning, somebody talked about कि हम बच्चों को जब सिखाते हैं तो हम उसमें से ग्लिटर यूज़ करते हैं फॉर टीचिंग जर्म्स. आप उसे बता दीजिए कि ये जर्म है और आप ग्लिटर यूज़ करके द टीचिंग इज़ डिफरेंट. डू इट योरसेल्फ किट्स, बायोडाइवर्सिटी किट्स. There are many things which are coming in. People like Sesame Street or Plan India are helping us with that. And basically our whole mission is कि कौन सी चीज़ hit हो, कौन सी चीज़ से we convert people, and we are trying to find more of these as we go along.
In fact, Bhumi, you launched in 2019 the Climate Warrior.
Yes.
It's a platform which tells people to make mindful choices, promote eco-friendly habits. If you can tell us what really inspired you, and if you could also tell the millions of viewers who are watching you, how could we inculcate these principles in our own lives, which is not easy.
Honestly, what inspired me was what I studied in school. I wish there was more knowledge when I was growing up, because I grew up with climate anxiety, but I just didn't know I had it. because at that time it was so lonely, nobody really spoke about it. You only learnt about it in your textbook and the conversation ended over there. But our generations and our parents are responsible for where our planet is today. And it was that exact thought, because I felt a lot of empathy towards disasters that happened when I was growing up, natural disasters. Like I was that kid who would be roadon pe hoti thi, main chanda ikhatta karte hue ki main kisi ko relief pahuncha saku, and I channelized all of that energy into Climate Warrior, and I used my platform to create awareness, advocacy, as much conversation on action groundwork. And in my own way, I'm trying to create a community that becomes resilient towards climate and resistance towards all of its adverse effects. That's what I'm trying to do with Climate Warrior.
Project supported by Reckitt is launching the Uttarakhand Biodiversity Discovery Kit. This kit is being unboxed for the first time here today. To do the honors, I would like to invite back on stage Komal Goswami and two young hygiene warriors, Nupur Jakhar and Yashika. So can I please have you all on stage? And Ayushman and Gaurav, I request you to please unbox this kit. Yeah. So please open the kits. The two kits, the Uttarakhand Biodiversity Discovery Kit and the Kiara kits. Komal, if you can tell us, while they're unboxing it, if you can tell our viewers.
Yes, absolutely. So we came up with these two very brilliant kits. So this one is Kiara kit. This is made by a graduate, pursuing graduate from Stanford University. These are the characters. They talk about nature machines. They talk about, children's inquisitiveness about photosynthesis, biomimicry, etc. And then we have this biodiversity kit. It talks about the state bird called Monal of Uttarakhand. That's what children wants to know about. It has A to Z climate dictionary, which actually can teach children about the flora, the fauna, the rainfall, the thunderstorms, the entire
everything about
Uttarakhand.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we have made nature journals in it. We have stickers. So, and this is curated by the children from the Uttarakhand. So we had this very fun painting competition, and we just told children, you draw whatever you want to draw about climate and climate change, what you want to see your future into, and that's how we came up with this kit, biodiversity kit and Kiara.
That's their creativity. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Ayushman and Gaurav, for unboxing that.
Thank you.
I think we have Mr. Chris joining us again. So Ayushman, I think, would you like, you can give that to me and you can please take the question.
Chris, would like to come to you again. We have seen the impact on ground in the last 10 years. We have also just launched the hygiene bot. What are the future goals for Banega Swasth India and how do you plan to achieve them?
You've probably got the message by now that we're pretty ambitious about how far we can extend this campaign and how many lives we can improve through it. So while we've achieved an enormous amount, and I feel really proud of that, and I hope you all do too, in some ways, we're just getting started. In 2024, we've reached around 1 million schools with the Dettol school hygiene curriculum, which is a staggering milestone. Within this cohort, we're determined to reduce school absenteeism, raise the level of knowledge of hand washing amongst these children so they better understand the importance of improving sanitation practices. We continue to expand the reach of our Durex Birds and Bees Talk program, which is now accessible to more than 10 million children. This program demonstrated a 44% increase in knowledge on the relationship between sexually transmitted disease and condom use. And it continues to receive the support and backing of notable supporters, such as the Confederation of Indian Industry, for its smart use of technology. Our program on self-care saw strong support from the WHO in the region, reaching 10 million new moms and 100,000 kids under the age of 5. This program generated really strong results with 0 diarrheal and pneumonia deaths in the intervention areas. We're also excited about the launch of the Dettol Banega Swasth India interactive AI-based bot, which will be available in 7 languages. Another major focus is training 10 million teachers in line with the new education policy encompassing hygiene education. We continue to strive to help to build an India where everyone can thrive and no one is left behind. And we're supporting the Indian government's Aspirational Blocks program, working in some of the country's most underserved regions.
Chris, thank you for explaining that really well. Expanding on that, what direction would you like to take Reckitt in as a purpose-led organization?
At Reckitt, we aim to be purpose-led in everything we do, from the way our brands help to tackle some of the most important issues in society, including health and hygiene, which we're discussing today, to nurturing infants and supporting people right across the world to lead cleaner and healthier lives. We're already making great progress, and much of that is down to the long-term campaigns like Banega Swasht, which continue to be a source of enormous pride for all of us at Reckitt. But we all know that there is still more work we can do. Since becoming CEO of Reckitt, I've had the opportunity to discuss our plans to build a cleaner, healthier world with government leaders, NGOs, my fellow CEOs, our investors, advisors, and others. They all understand the important role that our brands can play in the kind of world we all want to live in. So we know and understand that our responsibility to deliver on that promise is important, and it's only with your help that we're able to make that a reality. So let me take a moment to thank you for all the hard work and the journey that we have been on together.
Thank you so much, Chris, for your deep insight and always being so gung-ho about this campaign. And now we have Pratibha Ranta. Congratulations. Lapata Ladies is heading to Oscars in 2025. And you performed a brilliant character, and it was very progressive, and you aspired to be an organic farmer in the film. So we need to know about what rural women face challenges in our country, be it societal challenges or health, sanitation, economic dependency. How do you think the storytelling affects the total impact on society?
First of all, thank you so much. I feel so honored sitting here. Lapata Ladies is that film where I really got to learn so much. When we were doing city screenings, we went to Pune and we had organized a special screening for all the women who handle their household rituals and also go out to earn just to meet their end results. And that time, when I stepped out of the screening, a lady, she came up to me and she was in tears and she just said that, "Aapko pata hai, is film ke dwara mere sath kya badlav aaya hai? कि मैं घर जाकर ये फिल्म अपनी फैमिली को दिखाऊंगी और जब वो लोग ये फिल्म देखेंगे कम से कम एक बात होना चालू होगी, एक कॉन्वर्सेशन स्टार्ट होगी। तो जो स्टैंड मैं अपने लिए नहीं ले पा रही हूँ, इस फिल्म के द्वारा मैं ये उम्मीद करती हूँ कि मेरी फैमिली समझेगी, उन्हें समझ आएगा कि हम डे टू डे बेसिस में कौन सी प्रॉब्लम से जूझते हैं। तो मैं यही मानती हूँ कि फिल्म मेकिंग तो एक बहुत ज़्यादा एक अच्छा मीडियम है जहाँ से हम एक चेंज ला सकते हैं।
बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग चेंज ला सकता है। We've been talking about that. Ravi, if I can quickly, come to you here. If you can tell us some, global impact की बात करें, हम देख रहे हैं कि लापता लेडीज going to the Oscars. We're talking how what India healthcare is doing. G20 में क्या हुआ था? Local solutions in India that have the potential to address global health problems. How can we scale this effectively?
So, Ambika, this is very interesting question, which also takes me to my earlier panel where I was there. I have sincere sense of gratitude towards Gaurav when he sent to me to the World Health Assembly 77, and when we were presenting our India work in the Assembly. So there people in the World Health Assembly from more than 70 countries were together. They're asking us, the campaign is so big in India, so how you make it teacher-free, how you make it, as a safe space for the kids. So we thought let's find a partner who has worked in various countries and the partner is from India and who is giving the global knowledge from India to the world. We came across Dure and the Health Innovation Exchange, who has been supporting Reckitt also globally. And that partner has helped us to put this board together. Now the hygiene, messaging, information, everything is in our hands. And once we have done it here rightly, I'm very sure with the support from Gaurav and the leadership, so we will be taking it global also if this works well in India. Because nowhere in the world this kind of solution exists at this moment.
Absolutely, it's the need of the hour, and all the best for that. Since we have Gaurav also sitting here, Pratibha, I'm going to ask you, I think we've been talking about sanitation and hygiene. When we talk about health, nutrition plays a key role, and you've been part of a nutrition campaign. Again, coming to women, that's a huge challenge in our country. A message, or what do you think the key messaging should be so that our rural women are healthy? Of course, Reckitt and the campaign is working very closely on that, but your thoughts on that?
I think in rural India, females, they step out so that they can earn and get some money home. And in addition to that, they also go through so many bodily changes like menstruation, pregnancy. And to overcome all of that, I think nutrition is the base thing that everyone should be provided with, and I think it's very important to have proper nutrition in order to have a bright future.
Thank you so much, Pratibha, for coming. All the best for going to the Oscars. Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you, Dr. Saini, Ravi. Well, I would like to thank all of you, for coming for the launch show of an unprecedented 11th season of the NDTV Detol Banega Swasth India campaign, one of India's longest running public health campaigns on TV. But there is still more to go. A big bang showstopper coming right after this break. So please don't go away. And thank you, Ayushman, for supporting our campaign. I mean, we really couldn't do without a campaign ambassador like you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India Century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का. छत्रपति शिवाजी यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं
ਭੰਗੜਾ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਗਿੱਧਾ ਪਾਵਣ, ਓਏ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਭੰਗੜਾ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਗਿੱਧਾ ਪਾਵਣ, ਨੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਕੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਮਨਾਉਂਦੇ ਤੇ ਗੀਤ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਗਾਵਣ, ਨੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਕੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਮਨਾਉਂਦੇ ਤੇ ਗੀਤ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਗਾਵਣ. ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ, ਉਹ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਬਣ ਗਈ. ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ, ਉਹ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਲੜ ਗਈ. ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ, ਬਣ ਗਈ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਬਣ ਗਈ. ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ, ਉਹ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਲੜ ਗਈ. ਜਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਮਨਾਉਂਦੇ, ਬੀਬੀ ਦਾਰੂ ਬੱਕਰੇ ਬੁਲਾਉਂਦੇ. ਜਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਮਨਾਉਂਦੇ, ਬੀਬੀ ਦਾਰੂ ਬੱਕਰੇ ਬੁਲਾਉਂਦੇ. ਨੱਚ ਨੱਚ ਦਰਦੀਆਂ ਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਪਾਉ ਭੰਗੜਾ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਪਾਉ ਭੰਗੜਾ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਪਾਉ ਭੰਗੜਾ, ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਮੁੰਡੇ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ, ਉਹ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਦੀ, ਉਹ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ, ਉਹ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਬਣ ਗਈ. ਉਹ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ, ਉਹ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਲੜ ਗਈ. ਉਹ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ, ਉਹ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਬਣ ਗਈ. ਉਹ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ, ਉਹ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ ਲੜ ਗਈ. ਉਹ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਅੱਖ ਲੜ ਗਈ, ਉਹ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਗੱਲ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਬਣ ਗਈ. ਤੇਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਜਾਗਰ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਰੋਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਰਸਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ. ਸਾਰੇ ਗਿਣ ਗਿਣ ਯਾਦ ਚ ਤੇਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਜਾਗਰ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਰੋਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਰਸਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ. ਹੋ 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 ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ. ਹੋ 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 ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ. ਹੋ 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 ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਭੁੱਲ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਤੇਰੀਆਂ ਮਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਪਲ ਵੀ ਮੈਂ ਭੁੱਲ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਤੇਰੀਆਂ ਮਿੱਠੀਆਂ ਬਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ. ਰੋਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਰਸਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ, ਰੋਕ ਨਾ ਪਾਵਾਂ ਅੱਖੀਆਂ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਬਰਸਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ. ਹੋ 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 ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ. ਹੋ 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 ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ. ਹੋ 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 ਇਸ਼ਕ ਤੇਰਾ ਤੜਪਾਵੇ. जागरातां नूं रोक ना पावां अखियां विचों गम दियां बरसातां नूं हारे गिनगियां च तेरी मैं तां जागरातां नूं रोक ना पावां अखियां विचों गम दियां बरसातां नूं हो 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 इश्क तेरा तड़पावे 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 हो 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 इश्क तेरा
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictators.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi.
The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insight from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world. NDTV World.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more.
The Prime Minister launched a fierce attack on the opposition party as he seized on Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's comments that the Congress state unit of Karnataka should make promises that were properly budgeted. Remember, Mr. Modi had said that Congress stood badly exposed in front of the people for promising them what the party knew it would never be able to deliver. Now, Mr. Kharge has responded, calling BJP a party of betrayal and jumla, and then has come another salvo, this time from Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. He joins us live. Mr. Puri, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Sir, it is back and forth which is certainly playing out at the moment. The question here is that it's good to see two governance models being debated, but why use words like betrayal, jumla, fake, and others?
Maria ji, the governance model which is successful, which delivers economic growth, welfare to the people, is a governance model. Any other model which bases itself on freebies, on empty promises, not grounded in reality, is not a governance model. So I don't think it's a choice between two governance models. Insofar as the use of words like betrayal, jumla, please, apart from your many other accomplishments, add a little bit of behavioral psychology to your analysis. Shri Mallikarjun Kharge must have got excited when they appointed him the president of the Grand Old Party, a party which has a great long history, which was founded in 1885. But slowly he's discovering the downsides of being president of this Grand Old Party. When the Pratham family's young aspiring politician was filing her nomination papers, Kharge ji had to peep through a door which was slightly ajar. Then when he was addressing the party in a meeting and he had the Honorable Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister on either side, and the truth came out. I don't know whether he knew that the cameras were on. Truth came out. Don't make promises on which you can't deliver. If you use words like review, it means you're not able to deliver. Now that is the hard truth. The Congress makes outlandish claims. It promises the moon and is not able to deliver. And then it gets caught. If you want to think in terms of imposing a tax on the construction of toilets in Haryana, in Himachal, you're in trouble. Now the most important thing is that this tormented mind, after the jalebi factory in Haryana, they are now seeing the writing on the wall in Maharashtra, they are seeing the writing on the wall in Jharkhand. So all this khatakhat, fatafat model is failing.
Okay.
Insofar as prices are concerned, let me tell you, after all the bluff, petrol and diesel are still 10 rupees more expensive in Congress-ruled states than they are in BJP-ruled states, number one. Number two, there is a fundamental difference between the freebie models of the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party and the Labharthi benefits part of a scheme like the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Ujjwala Yojana, name it. If you have the resources and you can design a scheme which delivers welfare to the people, let me give you the example of Mufat Bijli. They promise, Aam Aadmi Party in particular, 300 unit Mufat Bijli de denge. So Punjab mein what happens? Any family who wants it, they have 2 or 3 connections. Rich people are misusing the scheme. What is our model? Our model is come and get a solar panel from us at a reasonable cost. We will subsidize it a little. Then you produce electricity from it, solar energy. 300 units you can use for your own daily consumption. Rest you use it in a charging station at your place or put back into the grid and earn some money. There's a fundamental difference between giving somebody free fish to eat and teaching somebody how to fish so that he or she becomes a productive member of society. All the BJP schemes, whether it's Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, whether it's Ujjwala, all those schemes are anchored in economics which is thought through. Sometimes it appears expensive, but in a pandemic, when there's a complete slowdown and you haven't recovered, I mean, giving 81 crore people dry, it was necessary, and that is what saved our economy.
So my
we
question
spent
is,
our money not through.
My question is, here is Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge saying that your drum beating regarding a 100-day plan was a PR stunt. He goes on to say that Achhe Din, 2 crore jobs, Viksit Bharat are all of the 7 questions that of course he is putting towards the ruling NDA government. Do you think there are much that even your government has to explain?
Not at all. I have responded to all 7 of his points in a very detailed tweet.
Yes.
And it's available in the public domain for many hours. All the statistics are there. Mr. Kharge needs to relax. He needs to switch off and get his mind off the troubles that his party is causing him, both in Karnataka and in Himachal and in elsewhere, and the troubles they are facing in coming elections in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. The problem is the Congress party has been reduced to becoming a junior partner everywhere. All the answers that all the questions he's asked, I have given him the answers.
No, I know,
on
but
inflation,
he's also
citing some study outside the country on the hunger.
He's also saying that Modi ki guarantee is a cruel joke on 140 crore Indians.
The cruel joke is the fact that Mr. Kharge and his party are doing. Modi's guarantee carries weight. Modi's guarantee carries credibility. Whatever the Bharatiya Janata Party has said in all its election manifestos, since 2014 it has delivered on each one of them. And if the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana or additional 4 crore houses that are going to be built, petrol prices, diesel prices, All the prime ministers guarantee the welfare of the consumer are written in. Their model, on the other hand, they took a oil bond loan of 1,41,000 crores. We are having to pay back 3,20,000. So, Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Honorable President of the Congress Party, today is being delusional. When he talks in terms of credibility, it is the Congress Party, and as he said in the press conference, I don't know whether he knew the mic was on, that you guys will not have credibility because you are making a promise and not being able to fulfill it. This is typical. When you know that you can't win an election, you make outlandish promises, and having made the promise, you're not able to deliver on them. And then you're faulting the BJP. I would like you to analyze the 100 days or 125 days program. Every is empirical evidence. Okay. All the schemes I have been associated with, I can reel off the statistics. And the fact of the matter is, because of what happened in the jalebi factory in Haryana, the writing on the wall in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand, Mr. Kharge is deeply tormented, it seems, and is finding fault. He should start with the, nucleus of the... And the fact that decision making is confined to a few people who are not getting good intellectual support from the researchers, etc., to tell them where they are going wrong. If somebody has the courage to tell them, look, this is the mistake you're making. Look, khada khat, fada fat. They were talking about redistribution models. Hey, please, please, please. You have to create wealth. Mr. Modi has taken the economy from 10th position in 2014 to 5th position today, and the IMF said by 2027 it will be in the 3rd position globally. We are going from a 4 to a 7 to a $10 trillion economy. And Mr. Kharge and his Pratham Parivar, they are lost in a world of their own. And I think khada khat fada fat is going to apply to them in terms of their diminishing political fortunes.
Okay, so the Congress is also saying, and this is Mr. Siddaramaiah, Mr. Puri, that BJP left Karnataka plagued with 40% commission corruption, draining resources that could have transformed lives. So that entire question of fiscal health is actually something they say they have inherited from the previous BJP government.
Did he also inherit that Mudda scheme? Did he also, his wife got about 15 plots. Did he also inherit that from the BJP? I think, we should be a little careful. They were in opposition then. If there is some act of omission or commission by the BJP, you could have questioned it then. But today, when you're faced with monumental corruption and a bankrupt exchequer, now to raise these issues, let me ask him this question through your channel. All these 15 plots, that other scheme which is now the subject of inquiry, I think it's called Mudda scheme. What's happened to that? Did the BJP invent that scheme or did you start it? Look, I am familiar in my adult political life of an entire vocabulary. It is CW, 2G, 3G, God knows which parts of the vocabulary. They have been tainted by corruption over an extended period of time, and when they have to answer questions, then they start blaming each other. Now, whether it is fault lines between Siddaramaiah ji and DK Shivkumar, or the two of them versus Kharge ji, or one against Kharge and the other for Kharge, I don't know. I think the Congress has to sort out this mess, including whether they want to tax the construction of toilets.
Okay, I've just one more question to you, Mr. Puri, and of course this relates to Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, Mahayuti candidate Shaina NC, who faced a rather misogynistic and very shameful comment from the Mahavikas Aghadi member, Arvind Sawant, has taken it up legally as well, and she has questioned as to why the women in Mahavikas Aghadi, be it Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who is the Congress from the Congress party, or she has also said that Supriya Sule, who is from Sharad Pawar's NCP, why are they silent? As part of Mahayuti, do you think these comments certainly need to, there has to be a great degree of caution on part of leaders when they deal with women counterparts?
Maria ji, you use the correct term, misogynist. And this kind of vocabulary is not acceptable anywhere. You don't refer to an opposition candidate or to a Mahila in those terms. I mean, to use the word like mal, this is objectifying a candidate, and it has to be condemned in the strongest possible term. And I would like to reach out to my friends, whether they are, Priyanka Chaturvedi ji or the others whom I know quite well. They should stand up and condemn this comment which has been made by the concerned political leader. And I think China NC did very well in questioning it. Somebody told me that he has apologized, but I think this needs to be pursued to the logical conclusion, and I'm sure that my sisters and daughters and our mothers in Maharashtra will give a absolutely befitting reply to this kind of misogyny.
All right, Mr. Puri, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Stay with us. In 30 seconds, we go live on NDTV Hindi as well, so continue to be with us. Over to you, Vedant, for rest of the news.
All right, Maria, thanks very much for that interview. Hardeep Puri making some very important points there. He has been a very articulate voice as far as this entire debate around welfareism versus freebies is concerned. He also spoke about Shahida NC, and in the latest in that political controversy, Shahida NC in fact has now doubled down on her allegations against Arvind Sawant. This is Arvind Sawant apologized for his remark but remained defiant that she was not attacking anybody in particular, but he was talking about this kind of Aay Ram Gaya Ram politics in Maharashtra. Take a look.
We are here with Shiv Sena candidate for Mumba Devi, Ms. Shaina NC. Ma'am, Arvind Sawant ji has apologized today. Firstly, do you accept the apology?
You know, it's a very strange kind of apology because it's not unconditional. There are lots of ifs and buts. On the one hand, he apologizes after 30 hours. And on the other hand, you have Mr. Shah who does just the opposite by questioning me, my credentials, and saying that I'm imported mal. Firstly, Mr. Sanjay Raut, I'm not imported mal. I belong to South Mumbai, 3 generations of South Mumbai service, which I have shown photographic evidence of. When Mr. Arvind Sawant wanted to campaign 2014-19, it was all very well to call me Ladki Behan and use Prime Minister Modi's photograph. And today, cut to 2024, he uses this term imported mal. You have the local MLA who is standing next to him and laughing away. I want to say, would you laugh if this was your sister or mother? Would you laugh if it was somebody from your own community or your vote bank? Would you laugh if it was somebody from your own biradari? Probably not.
All right, we go across live to Anuj now. So Anuj, Shaina NC doubling down her remarks against, on her charge against Arvind Sawant. This is Arvind Sawant. He may have apologized, but he still remains defiant that he was not attacking anyone in particular. But this has certainly snowballed into a huge political controversy now.
As expected, you see, because after the apology, the quote-unquote apology put by Arvind Sawant today afternoon, it was very clear that it was not a completely unconditional apology, and some sort of reaction was expected from Shaina NC, and who's made it very clear that the apology, she's not satisfied with the kind of apology, but more importantly, she's asked the UB faction of Shiv Sena to give a clarification on what exactly do they think about this. She doesn't just want Arvind Sawant to, to show that he regrets for whatever he said, but she wants the stand of the entire UBT, if not for the entire MVA against this. She, in the press conference today, she cited several examples from 2014 till 2019 where she had worked with the United Shiv Sena, and a lot of times she had worked with Mr. Arvind Sawant, where he had of course called her Ladki Bahin and had campaigned with her for a long time. And she's basically highlighted how the times have changed and how the connotations used for women have also changed meanwhile. She also led a strong attack on 2 of the strong, women leaders from MVA or India Alliance, that is Supriya Sule and Priyanka Gandhi. She said that these women have time and again went outside of their political, loyalties or their political realms and have supported the cause of women. But then what is exactly stopping them from doing the same when the ball is in Shaina NC's court? She demanded clarification and an apology not just from Arvind Sawant or Sanjay Raut in specific, but from the entirety of MVA here. Of course, when asked about the statements that were made by by other leaders of Mahayuti, time and again, which were highlighted a few days ago as well, when a leader from Ahmednagar also shot to some sort of limelight for doing that. She said that across party lines, statements like this should be condemned. But she very categorically pointed out that Priyanka Gandhi and Supriya Suri, who've talked a lot about these things in the past, should also stand by her side this time around.
All right, Anuj, thanks very much for joining us for the latest there. As Anuj is reporting, not an unconditional apology certainly from Arvind Sawant, but this has become a huge political flashpoint right ahead of the Maharashtra polls. But moving now to the big international headline, well, the Ministry of External Affairs responding strongly to Canada's allegations against Home Minister Amit Shah. Now, India has said categorically that all these allegations are baseless and unfounded. In fact, India has also warned of serious consequences if these allegations continue without any proof whatsoever. Remember, India has said that, well, these are just media leaks which show their strategy to discredit India. In fact, of course, the Ministry of External Affairs in the past has also said that Justin Trudeau is hostile towards India, and this anti-India campaign that he's running is only benefiting him domestically.
We had summoned the representative of the Canadian High Commission yesterday. A diplomatic note was handed over in reference to the proceedings of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in Ottawa on October 29th, 2024. It was conveyed in the note that the Government of India protests in the strongest terms to the absurd and baseless references made to the Union Home Minister of India before the committee by Deputy Minister David Morrison.
Meanwhile, India has also levelled serious allegations against Canada, saying that Canada has been spying on consular officials in Canada. In fact, India has said that this is a violation of diplomatic conventions. Remember, spying or snooping is an extremely serious charge when it comes to diplomacy. India says that several Indian officials in Canada are under audio-video surveillance. Take a look.
Yes, some of our consular officials were recently informed by the Canadian government that they have been and continued to be under audio and video surveillance. Their communications have also been intercepted. We have formally protested to the Canadian government as we deem these actions to be a flagrant violation of relevant diplomatic and consular conventions.
So, well, India-Canada ties certainly hitting rock bottom. But in other news, Anmol Bishnoi's extradition process will begin soon. This, of course, as the Ministry of External Affairs has also spoken about this process. Remember, he is Lawrence Bishnoi's brother who operates out of America. Remember, he's one of the key accused as far as the Salman Khan firing case is concerned. The police have established a preliminary link between the Salman Khan firing case and the Baba Siddiqui murder. It is a Bishnoi gang that is suspected to be behind both these sensational incidents. But listen to what the Ministry of External Affairs said on the Mumbai police initiating Anmol Bishnoi's extradition.
आपने बात कही अनमोल बिश्नोई की, ये जो मसला है इन सब चीज़ों पे अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है, छानबीन चल रही है और इन सब बातों, ये सब जो बातें हैं ये लीगल डोमेन में आती है और चूँकि लीगल डोमेन में आती हैं जो एस्टैब्लिश्ड प्रोसीजर्स है उसके तहत इस मसले पे कार्रवाई होगी.
Meanwhile, in other news, back-to-back terror encounters in Jammu and Kashmir from Anantnag to Srinagar. In fact, in Anantnag, 2 terrorists were neutralized. Remember, this is an area extremely vulnerable to militancy. Militancy has been on the rise both in Jammu as well as the valley, and Anantnag, 2 terrorists being killed there after a fierce encounter between security forces and terrorists. But in Srinagar as well, remember, there were 2 terrorists who were trapped and 4 policemen have been injured in this fierce encounter. This, of course, as there is unprecedented security deployment in Srinagar. 1 terrorist was also neutralized in this terror operation as far as Srinagar is concerned. In fact, Farooq Abdullah, the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, has said that, well, we need to investigate where these terrorists are coming from. Earlier, of course, he had said that there is no 2 ways about the fact that this is Pakistan pushing its terror module into Jammu and Kashmir as the new government takes shape.
कि सिक्योरिटी लैप्सेस का प्रश्न नहीं है। यह तो आप जानते हैं कि पहले कितनी आतंकवादी वारदातें होती थी। अब तो बहुत ये कहा जाए कि अब पहले के कंपैरिजन में बहुत ही नगण्य हुई हैं और हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से सजग हैं और ऐसी परिस्थितियां वहां पर पैदा होंगी कि फिर आतंकवादी वारदातें पूरी तरह से वहां से समाप्त होंगी और जम्मू कश्मीर का तेजी से डेवलपमेंट भी होगा। नहीं, देखो, ऐसा ये नहीं कह सकते कि बहुत बढ़े हुए हैं, लेकिन जो भी हुए हैं इधर 1, 2, 3, 4 घटनाएं हुई हैं वो निश्चित रूप से दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण हैं और हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से सजग हैं और उसका जवाब भी दे रही हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि उसका जवाब नहीं दिया जा रहा है। बहुत सारे टेररिस्ट मारे भी गए।
हम इसे निपट लेंगे इंशाल्लाह। लोग इसके साथ नहीं है। नहीं, सवाल ही नहीं। मैं इस बात में ये कहूँगा कि इस पर तहकीकात होनी चाहिए। हो कैसे रहा है? इसके बजाय कि इनको मारें, इनको पकड़ना चाहिए और पकड़ के हमें मालूम करना चाहिए कौन इनके पीछे। कोई ऐसी एजेंसी तो पीछे नहीं है जो उमर अब्दुल्ला को डिस्टेबलाइज करना चाहती है।
डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब इस बात को जानते हैं, ये आतंकवाद, ये बम, बंदूक, पिस्तौल, गोलियां ये पाकिस्तान से आ रही हैं। पाकिस्तान के कब्जे वाले जम्मू कश्मीर में आतंकवादियों के ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स हैं। आईएसआई और पाकिस्तान की सेना आतंकवादियों को ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। ये जगजाहिर बात है। इसमें किस बात की छानबीन करनी है? इसमें कौन सी जांच पड़ताल है?
And finally, well, a one-of-its-kind paragliding World Cup is taking place in Himachal Pradesh's Virbiling. In fact, 100 paragliders from over 50 countries are participating in this World Cup. Look at those stunning pictures there from Himachal Pradesh. Remember this, of course, as the Himachal government continues to push for adventure tourism, of which such air sports are a very crucial part. And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Arvind Sawant apologizes to China NC. This as China NC doubles down on her misogynistic remark charge against Arvind Sawant. The Ministry of External Affairs says that, well, there is a snooping allegation against Canada and the MEA says that consular officials are being spied on. This, of course, as it rejects allegations against Home Minister Amit Shah. India says consular officials are being spied on in Canada, rejecting all allegations against Home Minister Amit Shah. Back-to-back terror encounters in Jammu and Kashmir, from Srinagar to Anantnag. Terrorists neutralized in Jammu and Kashmir.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India Century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious.
Hello friends and welcome to the fresh episode of Gadget 360 with Technical Guruji. मेरा नाम है गौरव aka TG and basically मेरा काम ही कुछ ऐसा है कि I compile everything around gadgets in each episode just for you. मतलब हर रोज कितने नए नए gadgets launch होते हैं, आपकी जो होती है वो बहुत ज्यादा होती है. Sometimes you have many questions, मैं उनके जवाब आपको देता हूं, आपके लिए इंटरेस्टिंग टिप्स भी शेयर करता हूं और कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट्स भी बताता हूं. Because this gadget space is really fun. I love gadgets, you love gadgets. सो व्हाई नॉट वी प्रोसीड और आगे बढ़ते आखिर हुआ क्या है इन द फील्ड ऑफ गैजेट्स इन दिस एपिसोड ऑफ योर फेवरेट शो गैजेट्स 360 विद टेक्निकल गुरुजी। जल्दी से आगे बढ़ते हैं, चलिए शुरू करते हैं। तो फ्रेंड्स, ये जो गैजेट्स की दुनिया है ना, इट इज वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड। अब एक नया कुछ प्रोडक्ट जब आता है उसके पीछे जस्ट इमेजिन द अमाउंट ऑफ R&D दैट गोज ऑन। कितने सारे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स, कुछ फेल हुए, कुछ पास हुए, और कितनी सारी चीजें मिलती हैं तब जाके हमें एक नया गैजेट मिलता है। एंड ये दुनिया हर रोज बदल रही है, हर सेकंड कुछ ना कुछ नया हमको मिल जाता है। तो लेट्स फर्स्ट टेक अ क्लोजर लुक टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आखिर क्या in the field of gadgets in this segment, news of the week.
Apple has refreshed iPad mini for 2024 with the A17 Pro SoC, जो हम iPhone 15 Pro models में already देख चुके हैं. It now supports Apple Intelligence and the Apple Pencil Pro as well. iPad mini 7th gen 4 colors में available है: blue, purple, starlight और space gray. It can be bought for a starting price of rupees 49,990 in India. Samsung has announced the upcoming expansion of 4 new languages for Galaxy AI: Turkish, Dutch, Swedish and Romanian. Galaxy AI अभी 16 languages support करता है, and after this update it will have support for 20 languages. ये updates अक्टूबर एंड से रोल आउट होंगे and the users will be able to download these updates as language packs from the settings app of compatible Galaxy devices. Infinix Zero Flip is the new vertically folding phone from Infinix. इस स्मार्टफोन में आपको 3.64 इंच का AMOLED 120Hz कवर डिस्प्ले मिलता है जो 1100 निट्स तक की ब्राइटनेस ऑफर करता है। Infinix Zero Flip 2 कलर ऑप्शंस में अवेलेबल है, रॉक ब्लैक और ब्लॉसम ग्लो, and the brand is selling it for an introductory price of rupees 44,999 after combining all the offers. Garmin launched its new Phoenix 8 series of premium multi-sport GPS smartwatches in India. इन स्मार्टवॉचेस की USP इनकी ड्यूरेबिलिटी और रिलायबिलिटी है। There are 2 models for this smartwatch, one with an AMOLED display and another with a solar charging display. The brand claims that the AMOLED model will offer up to 29 days of battery backup and the solar model will offer up to 48 days of battery backup. इन स्मार्टवॉचेस का स्टार्टिंग प्राइस रुपीस 86,990 रखा गया है।
Now friends, the first gadget that I have for this week's episode is this. एक smartphone है of course, and this is the latest coming from Samsung. It is the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Now FE अगर आपको नहीं पता है stands for the Fan Edition. मतलब this is the smartphone which Samsung thinks is suitable for all the Galaxy fans. मतलब यहाँ पे the kind of features it packs काफी आपको एक complete package मिल जाता है because the experience is quite polished. Just like a flagship S24 phone, but थोड़ा उससे नीचे बैठता है the S24 FE. Big screen, dynamic AMOLED 2x screen है in fact, a big battery, Exynos 2400E processor, a properly functional triple cam setup, a metal frame, IP rating. इस फोन में आपको वो सब कुछ मिलता है जो शायद आपको चाहिए होगा। Basically on top Galaxy AI भी है। Let's have a closer look at this Samsung Galaxy S24 FE.
Samsung's Fan Edition smartphone is back for 2024 with the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. When compared to its predecessor, the S23 FE, जो last year launch हुआ था, the S24 FE comes equipped with a slightly larger, brighter display, a bigger battery, new SoC, and the addition of Galaxy AI features जो usually Samsung के flagship smartphones में होते हैं. The S24 FE sports a 6.7-inch FHD Plus AMOLED 2x display with a peak brightness of 1900 nits. ये आता है equipped with a triple rear camera setup जिसमें एक 50 मेगापिक्सल प्राइमरी कैमरा है और ये स्मार्टफोन 8K 30 FPS के रेजोल्यूशन पर भी वीडियो शूट कर सकता है अपने रियर कैमरा से। S24 FE में 4700 mAh की बैटरी आती है, but the smartphone still supports 25 watts of wired charging and 15 watts of wireless charging. It comes equipped with Samsung's Exynos 2400E processor. Now this is a 4nm SoC and it comes in two variants, 128GB of storage and 256GB of storage, and दोनों ही variants में 8GB RAM standard है। The smartphone retails starting at 59,999 in India with 3 color options to choose from: blue, graphite and mint.
सो फ्रेंड्स, ये है वो फोन जो कि सैमसंग गैलेक्सी फैंस के लिए है, द सैमसंग गैलेक्सी S24 FE, बेसिकली पैकिंग ऑल द एसेंशियल इन दिस नाइस पैकेज। और अब आपको सब कुछ पता है कि इस फोन में क्या है। वैसे फोन में या टेक्नोलॉजी में चाहे जो भी हो, समटाइम्स वी से दैट इट लैक्स द इमोशन। अब देखो यार, इमोशन डेफिनेटली लैक करता है कहीं ना कहीं, बट देन अगेन AI इज पिकिंग अप, काफी चीजें डेवलप हो रही हैं। एंड गाइज, डिड यू नो, मैं आपको बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट बताने वाला हूं, आपके स्मार्टफोन से जुड़ा है। बिकॉज सी, स्मार्टफोन स्मार्ट इसलिए बना बिकॉज वी यूज टन्स ऑफ एप्लीकेशंस इन आवर फोन्स, तभी तो ये स्मार्ट बन पाया। अब दुनिया भर में अलग अलग जगहों पे करोड़ों करोड़ों लोग अपने स्मार्टफोन्स को यूज करते हैं, उनमें अलग अलग एप्स को दे यूज फॉर डिफरेंट पर्पसेस। टिंडर एक ऐसी एप्लीकेशन है विच पीपल यूज फॉर डेटिंग, एंड डिड यू नो इट बिकेम द फर्स्ट ऐप जिसने 2 लोगों को कनेक्ट कराया इन अंटार्कटिका। यस, तो अंटार्कटिका कॉन्टिनेंट के ऊपर 2 लोगों को कनेक्ट कराने वाली पहली अपनी कैटेगरी की एक ऐसी ऐप बनी टिंडर। जस्ट लाइक मेटालिका वाज द फर्स्ट बैंड जो सभी कॉन्टिनेंट्स पे प्ले हुआ। मतलब अगर हम ग्लोबली देखें तो इट्स डेफिनेटली अ बिग मूव। वैसे मुझे लगता है कि अंटार्कटिका में जितने लोग होंगे वो शायद एक दूसरे को पहले से ही जानते होंगे, बट देन अगेन टिंडर केम फॉर द रेस्क्यू और वहां पे 2 लोग कनेक्ट हो पाए यूजिंग एन एप्लीकेशन ऑन देयर स्मार्टफोन्स। डू यू नो दिस? यस, देन वेरी गुड। अगर आपको नहीं पता था तो यू नो क्या आपको करना है। प्रीटी सिंपल, आपको ईमेल लिखना है tg@ndtv.com पे। Now friends, the next gadget I have, it's pretty interesting because it looks like this. Now take a guess कि ये क्या हो सकता है। हो सकता है आप शायद ठीक से guess ना कर पाए, but guess करना becomes pretty easy अगर मैं इसको ऐसे पहन लूँ तो। बिकॉज ये जो है गाइज, दीज आर द लेटेस्ट ईयरफोन्स फ्रॉम नथिंग। दे कॉल्ड द नथिंग ईयर ओपन। दे आर ओपन ईयर स्टाइल ईयरफोन्स विद दिस क्वाइट यूनिक डिजाइन। मतलब कान में पहनना इज लाइक कि जैसे कुछ पहना ही ना हो, बिकॉज फील्स लाइक नथिंग, साउंड्स लाइक एवरीथिंग, और आपको आपके आसपास की आवाजें भी ये सुनाते हैं फॉर बेटर रीजंस। काफी इंटरेस्टिंग फीचर्स लेके आते हैं। इनफैक्ट एक अलग एक्सपीरियंस प्रोवाइड करते हैं इफ इन केस you want to enjoy your music on the go while running, जहां पे आपको आपके आसपास की आवाज भी सुननी है और म्यूजिक का मजा भी उठाना है। Quite uniquely designed. Let's have a closer look at these latest Nothing Ear Open.
Nothing has launched a couple of earbuds in the past, but their latest premium offering, the Nothing Ear Open, stands out from the lot. These earbuds are priced at 17,999 in India, और ये आते हैं iconic Nothing see-through charging case के साथ. The earbuds themselves, they don't look like anything from Nothing, quite frankly. They have these long ear hooks that are made up of soft silicone so that users को ear discomfort ना हो और वो इनको longer durations के लिए use कर सके, पहन सकें. The earbuds, they weigh just 8.1 grams each. According to Nothing, the Ear Open has a talk time of up to 24 hours और टोटल बैटरी लाइफ इनकी up to 30 hours है चार्जिंग केस के साथ। सिर्फ 5 मिनट का चार्ज आपको 2 घंटे की बैटरी लाइफ दे देता है। They use AI to enhance call quality and offer a noise-free calling experience to the listeners. ये earbuds IP54 rated हैं water and dust resistance के लिए, so you don't have to worry about them getting wet and dusty. The Nothing Ear Open is available to buy only in the white color.
नो फ्रेंड्स, आई एम श्योर कि आप इन ईयरफोन्स को या अपने ईयरफोन्स को यूज करेंगे और एंजॉय करेंगे अपने फेवरेट म्यूजिक को, बट अभी के लिए जो आप करेंगे वो करना है थोड़ा सा इंतजार, बिकॉज मैं आने वाला हूं ब्रेक के ठीक बाद, जहां पे आपको एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग टिप देने वाला हूं। इट इज रिलेटेड टू साउंड, तो बहुत ज्यादा काम आएगी आप सबके, और इनफैक्ट आपके सवालों के जवाब भी देने वाला हूं राइट आफ्टर दिस शॉर्ट ब्रेक।
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
A $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
So hello guys, welcome back once again after the break to your favorite show Gadget 360 with Technical Guruji. मेरा नाम है गौरव aka TG and basically break से पहले मैंने आपको बताया था कुछ नए गैजेट्स के बारे में और अभी टाइम है टू गिव यू सम टिप्स अराउंड दीज गैजेट्स. तो आज की जो टिप है वो बहुत ज्यादा यूजफुल हो जाती है. सी द फैक्ट कि हमारे स्मार्टफोन्स में ना बहुत सारे सेंसर्स होते हैं. एक्सेलेरोमीटर, जायरोस्कोप, माइक्रोफोन, दिस दैट, मतलब देयर आर टन्स एंड टन्स ऑफ सेंसर्स पैक्ड इनसाइड एवरी स्मार्टफोन. नाउ यू कैन टेक एडवांटेज ऑफ दीज सेंसर्स फॉर योर बेनिफिट्स. फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर आपको कभी लेवल चेक करना है किसी सरफेस का कि सरफेस एकदम बिल्कुल एक फ्लैट लेवल पे है या नहीं, तो यू कैन जस्ट यूज द बबल लेवल काइंड ऑफ सिमुलेशन इन योर स्मार्टफोन. आपको बहुत सारी ऐप्स ऐप्स मिल जाएंगी प्ले स्टोर पे या ऐप स्टोर पे, और काफ़ी फ़ोन्स पे तो ये इनबिल्ट फीचर की तरह भी आता है जहाँ पे इट यूजेस द जायरोस्कोप टू फिगर आउट कि एनी सरफेस दैट यू वांट टू ट्रैक इफ इट्स कंप्लीटली फ्लैट और नॉट। इनफैक्ट आपके फ़ोन में जो माइक्रोफोन्स हैं वो भी बड़े काम के हैं बिकॉज दे आर वेरी सेंसिटिव, और आपको ऐसी बहुत सारी एप्लीकेशंस मिल जाएंगी विच कैन टेल यू इनफैक्ट कि जो नॉइस लेवल्स हैं आपके आसपास वो क्या हैं, व्हाट इज द डेसिबल रेटिंग ऑफ द साउंड दैट यू आर एक्सपोज्ड टू। आपको सीधा आपके फोन के स्क्रीन पे इंफॉर्मेशन मिल जाती है। प्रीटी यूजफुल अगर आपको चेक करना है कि इफ द एनवायरनमेंट अराउंड यू इज टू लाउड, या हो सकता है यू हैव चेंज द एग्जॉस्ट ऑफ योर व्हीकल, और आपको चेक करना है कि इज इट अंडर द नॉर्म्स या आपकी साउंड ज़्यादा तेज जा रही है। ऑल यू नीड इज जस्ट वन एप्लीकेशन, योर स्मार्टफोन, और आप ये काम घर बैठे कर सकते हैं। क्वाइट इंटरेस्टिंग टिप, टेक अ लुक, और ऐसी एप्लीकेशंस आपको बहुत सारे मिल जाएंगी जहां पे योर फोन एसेंशियली बिकम्स योर टूल किट। यस, जस्ट अ फोन फॉर एवरीथिंग दैट यू माइट नीड। पता है तो शेयर करो, और नहीं पता है तो एपिसोड्स देखो ताकि आपको ऐसी और टिप्स मालूम चल सके। So friends, now it's time for me to answer आपके दिमाग की सारी क्यूरियोसिटी से भरे हुए सारे सवाल जो भी आपने पूछे हैं in regards to your gadgets. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. मैंने सुना है ऐसा एक अभी मॉडर्न डे ट्रेंड चलता है दैट यू शुडंट गिव एन आईफोन टू योर पेरेंट्स। बेसिकली आईफोन इज नॉट द कीवर्ड हियर, द कीवर्ड हैज टू बी अ स्मार्टफोन। और सबके अपने अपने लॉजिक हैं दैट एट दिस एज, जिस एज पे आपके पेरेंट्स हैं, यू शुडंट एक्सपोज देम टू दीज न्यू टेक्नोलॉजीज बिकॉज कई बार ये इतना हेल्दी नहीं होती है इन टर्म्स ऑफ कि अगर ज़्यादा फ़ोन को यूज़ करते हैं तो उनकी आंखों के लिए ठीक नहीं होगा फॉर एग्जाम्पल, या इफ़ दे आर कम्प्लीटली एक सिंपल लाइफ जीने के बाद में तुरंत अभी टेक स्पेस में आ जाते हैं, तो दैट हैपन्स टू बी द रीज़न। बट इसके फिर ऑन द अदर साइड अगर आप देखेंगे तो काफ़ी सारे फ़ायदे भी हैं इफ़ दे आर एक्सपोज्ड टू स्मार्टफोन। तो इट डिपेंड्स, दोनों तरफ एडवोकेट्स हैं जो कुछ बोलते हैं कि स्मार्टफोन्स नहीं देने चाहिए, कुछ बोलते हैं कि नहीं स्मार्टफोन्स आर क्वाइट एसेंशियल फॉर इवन आवर पेरेंट्स। तो जस्ट दैट्स द रीजन। इसके अलावा ऐसा कुछ एज सच रीजन नहीं है कि यू शुडंट बी गिफ्टिंग और गिविंग आईफोन्स टू योर पेरेंट्स। I won't say they're exactly the same, but yes, they share quite a lot of features and काफी बड़ा overlap है if you take earphones from Oppo and OnePlus. Sometimes they are very very similar, sometimes they don't look the same, but the features are kind of same. तो yes, because it's the same parent company, तो आपको काफी products के अंदर काफी overlap देखने को मिलता है, especially in case of earphones. Yes, I definitely use AI, and I use AI for many things. I use AI to kind of make my life easy. काफ़ी सारे ऐसे repetitive tasks जो होते हैं उनको solve करने के लिए AI जो है वो काफ़ी अच्छे से help कर देता है. If I'm trying to edit a photo or a video जहाँ पे normally Photoshop would take maybe a day, AI would do in just 2 minutes. So AI के अलग-अलग use के scenarios हैं. Maybe if I am stuck somewhere, I want some new ideas, तो AI could be a nice starting point. तो AI मतलब मुझे मतलब this is the way that I should propagate this as well, that consider AI as a tool, not a replacement for anyone, but just a tool for you to do things in a better way. तो I incorporate AI in all my tasks जहाँ मुझे लगता है कि yes, AI could be of some use. स्मार्ट पॉट्स आप बाय कर सकते हैं डेफिनेटली, बिकॉज इंडोर गार्डनिंग की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो देर आर डिफरेंट काइंड्स ऑफ पीपल जो कि यू वांट जस्ट टू हैव अ स्मार्ट पॉट जहाँ पे वो आपको सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन दे देता है. AI डेफिनेटली हेल्प कर सकता है, तो इट डिपेंड्स द वे यू वांट टू प्रोसीड विद इट. बट येस, स्मार्ट पॉट्स आर डेफिनेटली अ गुड ऑप्शन फॉर यू टू हैव सम नाइस इंडोर प्लांट्स जहाँ पे द वे द केयर इज टेकन वो सारा काम बहुत अच्छे से टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से हो जाता है. Diwali tech shopping list. Oh ho. Basically, it's for friends. It's for people around me. Now, I don't shop as such. मतलब I shop all around the year. तो ऐसा कुछ दिवाली को लेके specific नहीं है. But maybe if you want to gift and if you want to have some gifting ideas, तो छोटे smart home appliances जो हैं वो काफी trend में हो सकते हैं. Maybe a small speaker is a good gifting idea. A pair of headphones, maybe a new phone. Or a power bank, these kind of things, a new camera for example, a new smartphone. तो बहुत सारे आइडियाज हो सकते हैं, but personally मैंने दिवाली को लेके अपने लिए as such कुछ शॉपिंग नहीं करी है. Okay, so friends, that's all from my side. This week's episode of Gadget 360 with technology. I think हर बार की तरह बहुत फन होगा आप सभी के लिए, because हमको नए नए गैजेट्स के बारे में जानने को मिलता है, उनके बारे में काफी इन डेप्थ नॉलेज मिल जाता है और इनफैक्ट फिर सवालों के जवाब भी मिलते हैं. आपको ये सभी चीजें एक बार वापस से मिलने वाली हैं, बट नेक्स्ट वीक, बिकॉज अगले वाले एपिसोड में और ज्यादा फन होगा विद इवन मोर एक्साइटिंग ग्लोइंग गैजेट्स. काफी मजा आने वाला है. सो अभी के लिए इतना रखते हैं. स्टे tuned for next week. Have a good day and take care.
The Ministry of External Affairs responding strongly to Canada's allegations against Home Minister Amit Shah. Now, India has said categorically that all these allegations are baseless and unfounded. In fact, India has also warned of serious consequences if these allegations continue without any proof whatsoever. Remember, India has said that, well, these are just media leaks which show their strategy to discredit India. In fact, of course, the Ministry of External Affairs in the past has also said that Justin Trudeau is hostile towards India, and this anti-India campaign that he's running is only benefiting him domestically.
We had summoned the representative of the Canadian High Commission yesterday. A diplomatic note was handed over in reference to the proceedings of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in Ottawa on October 29th, 2024. It was conveyed in the note that the Government of India protests in the strongest terms to the absurd and baseless references made to the Union Home Minister of India before the committee by Deputy Minister David Morrison.
Meanwhile, India has also levelled serious allegations against Canada, saying that Canada has been spying on consular officials in Canada. In fact, India has said that this is a violation of diplomatic conventions. Remember, spying or snooping is an extremely serious charge when it comes to diplomacy. India says that several Indian officials in Canada are under audio-video surveillance. Take a look.
Yes, some of our consular officials were recently informed by the Canadian government that they have been and continued to be under audio and video surveillance. Their communications have also been intercepted. We have formally protested to the Canadian government as we deem these actions to be a flagrant violation of relevant diplomatic and consular conventions.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही.
त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi. The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insight from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world. NDTV World.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy.
After the sexist remark controversy, now a row over the MBA leader. Shaina NC points to a laughing Amin Patel. Shaina questions silence of top MBA women leaders. Meanwhile, Hardeep Puri tells NDTV misogyny must be questioned. Union Minister Hardeep Puri, exclusive on NDTV, he hates out the Congress over Karnataka guarantees. He says freebies, not a governance model. India rejects Canada's charge against Home Minister Amit Shah. India says baseless references against Amit Shah. India hands over a diplomatic note meanwhile to Canada amid charges against the Home Minister. India also warns of serious consequences if Canada's unfounded allegations go. India's snooping charge against Canada. A major showdown. India hits out at Canada for spying on its officials. India says this is harassment of our consular officials in Canada. 2 encounters in Jammu and Kashmir. In Anantnag, 2 terrorists have been killed. Meanwhile, in Srinagar, top Lashkar commander has been killed and 4 cops have been injured in an anti-terror operation. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan turns 59 today. He wishes pour in for the Badshah of Bollywood. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Well, after Arvind Sawant's misogynistic remark against Shaina NC, now Shaina NC has hit out not only at various MVA leaders but also other women in the opposition as well, saying that nobody has spoken up for me. This, of course, as she also points out, to a laughing Amin Patel, of course, a senior MVA leader, saying that there's a culture of misogyny as far as the MVA is concerned. This, of course, Arvind Sawant has apologized for his remark. He says that, well, my intention was not to hurt anyone, though he remains defiant that he was not attacking anyone in particular, but the larger question of people jumping parties right ahead of elections. Take a look at all the reactions that have come in.
We are here with Shiv Sena candidate for Mumbai Devi, Ms. Shaina NC. Ma'am, Arvind Sawant ji has apologized today. Firstly, do you accept the apology?
You know, it's a very strange kind of apology because it's not unconditional. There are lots of ifs and buts. On the one hand, he apologizes after 30 hours. And on the other hand, you have Mr. Sanjay Raut, who does just the opposite by questioning me, my credentials, and saying that I'm imported mal. Firstly, Mr. Sanjay Raut, I'm not imported mal. I belong to South Mumbai, 3 generations of South Mumbai service, which I have shown photographic evidence of. When Mr. Arvind Sawant wanted to campaign 2014-19, it was all very well to call me Ladki Behan and use Prime Minister Modi's photograph. And today, cut to 2024, he uses this term imported mal. You have the local MLA who is standing next to him and laughing away. I want to say, would you laugh if this was your sister or mother? Would you laugh if it was somebody from your own community or your vote bank? Would you laugh if it was somebody from your own biradari? Probably not.
I think Shaina NC did very well in questioning it. Somebody told me that he has apologized, but I think this needs to be pursued to the logical conclusion, and I'm sure that my sisters and daughters and our mothers in Maharashtra will give an absolutely befitting reply to this kind of misogyny.
Meanwhile, the huge political slugfest over Congress guarantees in Karnataka. Well, the BJP has cornered the Congress, saying that it comes up with unreal poll promises, something that it's not able to fulfill ever. In fact, Hardeep Puri says that this is typical deceit that is, quintessential of the Congress governments. And this entire controversy, remember, erupted after Mallikarjun Kharge said that the state units must be in compliance with the budgets and should not go overboard. The Prime Minister, of course, also hit out at the Congress, saying that Congress's fake promises now stand exposed. But listen in to this exclusive conversation that my colleague Mara Shakil had with Hardeep Puri.
The governance model which is successful, which delivers economic growth, welfare to the people, is a governance model. Any other model which bases itself on freebies, on empty promises, not grounded in reality, is not a governance model. So I don't think it's a choice between 2 governance models. Don't make promises on which you can't deliver. If you use words like review, it means you're not able to deliver. Now that is the hard truth. The Congress makes outlandish claims. It promises the moon and is not able to deliver, and then it gets caught. If you want to think in terms of imposing a tax on the construction of toilets in Haryana, in Himachal, you're in trouble.
Meanwhile, news now from Jammu and Kashmir. Militancy certainly continues to be a big challenge for the Omar Abdullah government. 2 encounters have been reported in Jammu and Kashmir. In Srinagar, one terrorist has been gunned down, and he is said to be from the Lashkar. He's a major Lashkar commander is what the police have said. Now remember, in Anantnag as well, 2 terrorists were neutralized, but as far as Srinagar is concerned, 4 policemen were injured in that fierce encounter. Now remember, the largest story here is militancy being on the rise as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. It's changing its shape, but certainly its design can be attributed to across the border. In fact, that's something that former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Farooq Abdullah, has also said. He says we must investigate where these terrorists are coming from, and that it's a bid to destabilize the Umar Abdullah government. Take a look.
Back-to-back encounters in Jammu and Kashmir. As Srinagar woke up to a fierce gun battle at Khanyar neighborhood, where a foreign terrorist was killed after a 9-hour-long encounter. The house where the other terrorist was hiding was also destroyed during the anti-terror operation. 4 police personnel were also injured during the encounter after the hold-up terrorist lobbed a grenade. In Anantnag, a swift anti-terror operation led to the killing of 2 terrorists. As the region witnessed a spurt in terrorist-related incidents, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said there has been no security lapse and the number of attacks has reduced.
देखिए सिक्योरिटी लैप्सेस का प्रश्न नहीं है। ये तो आप जानते हैं कि पहले कितनी आतंकवादी वारदातें होती थी। अब तो बहुत ये कहा जाए कि अब पहले के कंपैरिजन में बहुत ही नगण्य हुई हैं और हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से सजग हैं और ऐसी परिस्थितियां वहां पर पैदा होंगी कि फिर आतंकवादी वारदातें पूरी तरह से वहां से समाप्त होंगी और जम्मू कश्मीर का तेजी से डेवलपमेंट भी होगा। नहीं देखो, ऐसा ये नहीं कह सकते कि बहुत बढ़े हुए हैं, लेकिन जो भी हुए हैं इधर 1, 2, 3, 4 घटनाएं हुई हैं वो निश्चित रूप से दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण हैं और हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से सजग हैं और उसका जवाब भी दे रही हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि उसका जवाब नहीं दिया जा रहा है। बहुत सारे टेररिस्ट मारे भी गए।
In the last 24 hours, there have been 4 terrorist incidents across 4 districts in the valley. In Budgam, 2 migrant workers from Uttar Pradesh, Sufia and Usman, were shot at and injured on Friday evening. And in Bandipora district, the army repulsed an attack on its camp. National Conference President Farooq Abdullah alleges a conspiracy behind the spike in attacks. He demanded an independent probe to ascertain if the attacks were an attempt to destabilize the Umar Abdullah government.
हम इसे निपट लेंगे इंशाल्लाह। लोग इसके साथ नहीं है। इस बात में ये कहूँगा कि इसमें तहकीकात होनी चाहिए। हो कैसे रहा है? इसके बजाय कि इनको मारें, इनको पकड़ना चाहिए और पकड़ के हमें मालूम करना चाहिए कौन इनके पीछे। कोई ऐसी एजेंसी तो पीछे नहीं है जो उमर अब्दुल्ला को डिस्टेबलाइज करना चाहती है।
The BJP says there is no need for a probe, as everyone knows that terrorists come from Pakistan.
डॉक्टर फारूक अब्दुल्ला साहब इस बात को जानते हैं, ये आतंकवाद, ये बम, बंदूक, पिस्तौल, गोलियां ये पाकिस्तान से आ रही हैं। पाकिस्तान के कब्जे वाले जम्मू कश्मीर में आतंकवादियों के ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स हैं। ISI और पाकिस्तान की सेना आतंकवादियों को ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। ये जग जाहिर बात है। इसमें किस बात की छानबीन करनी है? इसमें कौन सी जांच पड़ताल है?
Over the last 3 years, the Jammu region was increasingly high on the terrorist radar, witnessing a series of attacks on army and civilians. After the elected government took over just few weeks ago, it appears that the valley is back on the terror radar. With Nazir Masoodi, Bureau Report, NDTV.
And moving now to the other big headline, India strongly reacting to Canada's allegations. India has rejected categorically allegations against Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, India has also said that a diplomatic note was handed over to Canada. The spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs said that there would be serious consequences if Canada's unfounded allegations continue. Remember, Canada has so far not put out any public evidence as far as any of its allegations are concerned. Listen in to what the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson had to say.
We had summoned the representative of the Canadian High Commission yesterday. A diplomatic note was handed over in reference to the proceedings of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in Ottawa on October 29th, 2024. It was conveyed in the note that the Government of India protests in the strongest terms to the absurd and baseless references made to the Union Home Minister of India before the committee by Deputy Minister David Morrison.
Meanwhile, the Ministry of External Affairs has also levelled a serious allegation against Canada, saying that Canada has been snooping on various Indian officials in Canada. These are consular officials that India is talking about. Remember, snooping or surveillance is perhaps the most grave allegation when it comes to diplomacy. Listen.
Yes, some of our consular officials were recently informed by the Canadian government that they have been and continued to be under audio and video surveillance. Their communications have also been intercepted. We have formally protested to the Canadian government as we deem these actions to be a flagrant violation of relevant diplomatic and consular conventions.
Indian government, our intelligence agencies were involved in targeted killings in Canada when this entire report came out last year about the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. And then we have seen targeted harassment of Indian diplomats there, those Indian who are a bit patriotic, and how despite repeatedly the Indian government and Indian officials, diplomatic officials, not only in Canada, but our own External Affairs Ministry have been raising it repeatedly with their counterparts in Canada. And despite that, there has
Well, as the political war over guarantees continues to rage, the big newsmaker joining us on NDTV at this hour, Arjun Ram Meghwal. So thanks very much for your time on NDTV. सर, मेरा पहला सवाल आपसे यही है कि एक तरफ जहां बीजेपी कह रही है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की ये जो तमाम गारंटीज हैं ये फेक प्रोमिसेस हैं और ये कांग्रेस जब भी प्रॉमिस करती है ऐसा कुछ उसको फुलफिल नहीं कर पाती, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ आप ये देखें कि सारी ही पार्टियां गिल्टी हैं। बीजेपी में ने भी कहीं ना कहीं ये जो वेलफेयर पॉलिटिक्स है उसको बढ़ावा दिया है, चाहे वो महाराष्ट्र में हो, आप लाडकी बहन की बात कर लीजिए, चाहे वो मध्य प्रदेश में हो, तमाम जगह बीजेपी भी इन्हीं फ्रीबीज को प्रोपगेट कर रही है। तो इस क्रिटिसिज्म पर आपका क्या रिस्पॉन्स होगा?
देखिए, आज हम जो चर्चा करने के लिए बैठे हैं उसमें कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष माननीय खड़गे जी का जो स्टेटमेंट है मंच पे दिया गया कि ऐसी कुछ योजनाएं जो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने घोषित कर दी या घोषणाएं कर दी या गारंटी दे दी जिनको बजटरी प्रावधान नहीं होने के कारण हम पूरा नहीं कर सकते, इसलिए जनता हमारे विपरीत भी खड़ी हो सकती है। ये जो कबूलनामा किया है मल्लिका अर्जुन खड़गे साहब ने, उस पे चर्चा के लिए बैठे हैं। और जो अगर बजटरी प्रावधान करके और जिसका फिजिकल मैनेजमेंट ठीक करके कोई आदमी अगर योजना लाते हैं, कोई भी सरकार लाती है, तो वो तो अच्छी बात है, वो तो स्वागत योग्य है। लेकिन आप घोषणा कर देते हो और पूरा नहीं कर पाते हो और बजटरी प्रावधान नहीं है, उसको कांग्रेस पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ने कांग्रेस के नेताओं को चेताया है कि भाई ये भ्रम फैलता है, इससे कांग्रेस को नुकसान होता है। ये चर्चा का विषय है आज।
इस पर एक सवाल ये भी उठ सकता है मेघवाल जी कि कई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स ने ये बात कही है, चाहे बंगाल गवर्नमेंट हो, यहाँ दिल्ली में भी आम आदमी पार्टी गवर्नमेंट ने ये बात कही है, साउथ की कई गवर्नमेंट्स ने, केरला गवर्नमेंट ने ये बात कही है कि जो स्टेट के लिए फंड्स हैं वो सेंटर रिलीज नहीं करती और एक फिस्कल कोऑपरेशन नहीं है सेंटर और स्टेट के बीच में। इस वजह से जो ऑपोजिशन रूल स्टेट्स हैं वो सफर करते हैं।
देखिए, मैं आपको जिम्मेदारी के साथ बता रहा हूं
जी,
पैसा रिलीज करने में कोई भेदभाव नहीं हो रहा। पिछले 10 सालों में हमने देखा है, अगर किसी गवर्नमेंट ने यूसी नहीं दिया तो पैसा किसी कारण से रुकता होगा। लेकिन कुछ ऐसी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है जो विशेष करके कांग्रेस रूल्ड, वो क्या करती है, फंड का डाइवर्जन करती है, क्योंकि उन्होंने राहुल गांधी जी के कहने से गारंटी दे दी, खटाखट हम पैसा डाल देंगे, किसानों का सारा कर्जा माफ कर देंगे। तो अब जब पूरा करने के लिए जब पैसा नहीं होता है तो वो फंड का डाइवर्जन करते हैं। जो फंड का डाइवर्जन करते हैं तो वो यूसी नहीं दे पाते हैं, यूटिलाइजेशन सर्टिफिकेट। इसलिए अपोजिशन रूल्ड, जिसमें कांग्रेस रूल्ड स्टेट है, उसमें ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम आती है। इस विषय को समझ नहीं रहे हैं और उसको हमारे ऊपर डालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम पैसा नहीं दे रहे हैं, जबकि हम पैसा देते समय कोई भेदभाव नहीं करते हैं।
मेघवाल जी, एक बात ये बताइए कि आप मिनिस्टर रह चुके हैं कैबिनेट में, आपने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन बहुत क्लोजली देखा है, कहीं ना कहीं आपको लगता है कि ये जो पूरा फ्रीबी कल्चर है वो खत्म होने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि सिस्टम डिलीवर नहीं कर पा रहा है, इसीलिए सारी पार्टियां, चाहे वो रीजनल पार्टीज हो या नेशनल पार्टीज हो, वो ये तमाम फ्रीबीज प्रॉमिस करती हैं और अल्टीमेटली टैक्स पेयर का जो पैसा है वो यूज होता है। चाहे आप कर्नाटका में ही देख लीजिए, क्योंकि कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट्स की बात चल रही है कि वहां पे किस तरीके से पेट्रोल डीजल पर सेल्स टैक्स जो है, वहां पर वाटर टैरिफ की बात हो रही है, एंटरटेनमेंट सेस की बात हो रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं सारी पार्टियों को साथ आके ये फ्रीबीज कल्चर खत्म करने की जरूरत है।
देखिए, जो आज हम चर्चा करने के लिए बैठे हैं उसमें विषय यही है कि हमारे पास फाइनेंशियल रिसोर्सेज है या नहीं है, हम जनता से वादे क्या कर रहे हैं। अभी आपने हिमाचल में देखा
जी,
जनता से वादे किए कि हम पेट्रोल डीजल सस्ता कर देंगे, जब बाद में पता चला नहीं कर सकते तो महंगा कर दिया, सेस लगा दिया। तो ये जो आप सत्ता प्राप्त करने के लिए जो वादे करते हो और जब वो पूरे नहीं होते हैं और जनता कहती है सैलरी भी समय पे नहीं मिलती है हिमाचल में, और फिर कांग्रेस में एक ऐसा विषय आ गया कि अब हमने वादा कर दिया, कांग्रेस रूल स्टेट है वो, तो एक वाल्मीकि समाज के लिए फंड था उसका डाइवर्जन कर दिया, तो फिर कुछ घोटाले भी हो जाते हैं। तो ये जो विषय है, इस विषय के लिए खड़गे जी ने चेताया कि ऐसा कोई हम प्रॉमिस नहीं करें जो हम बजटरी प्रोविजन नहीं होने के कारण पूरा नहीं कर सके। आप फिजिकल मैनेजमेंट करके अगर जनता के लिए कोई काम करेंगे तो मैनिफेस्टो में डालेंगे तो वो जनता भी पसंद करेगी। आपके पास पैसा ही नहीं, आपको सत्ता हासिल करने के लिए झूठ बोल करके, भ्रम फैला करके सत्ता में आना चाहते हो, उसके लिए खड़गे जी ने चेताया है।
तो मेघवाल जी, कहीं ना कहीं खड़गे जी ने भी वही बात कही जो आप लोग कह रहे हैं कि जो स्टेट यूनिट्स हैं पार्टीज के, कहीं ना कहीं उनको स्टेट बजट से कंप्लाई करके चलना चाहिए और ओवरबोर्ड नहीं जाना चाहिए। तो खड़गे जी ने तो कहीं ना कहीं सही बात कही और सही कॉन्वर्सेशन शुरू करी, ये कह के कि स्टेट यूनिट्स नीड टू बी केयरफुल।
तो खड़गे जी के कबूलनामे को कांग्रेस वाले मान ही कह रहे हैं, ये तो बहस कर रहे हैं। मान लेना चाहिए, खड़गे जी ने सही कहा भी आपके पास फाइनेंशियल प्रावधान है, उसके बाद करिए। आप सत्ता प्राप्त करने के लिए करते हो तो सर जनता विरोध में आती है, विरोध में आके खड़ी हो जाती है। वही तो विषय था कि ये योजना बंद कर दो, उन्होंने कहा ये चालू क्यों कराई आपने पहले। हमने महाराष्ट्र में और 8 योजनाएं घोषणा कर दी, गारंटी दे दी, आप कह रहे हो बजट नहीं है, तो वहां भी दिक्कत आएगी। यही तो उन्होंने कबूलनामा जनता के सामने पेश किया, सबके सामने।
जी, मेरा आखिरी सवाल मेघवाल जी, क्योंकि अब महाराष्ट्र में चुनाव आ रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं महायुति का फोकस पिछले 5-6 महीनों में इन तमाम वेलफेयर स्कीम्स पर काफ़ी रहा है, चाहे वो लाड़की बहन हो जो एक बहुत ही फ्लैगशिप स्कीम कहीं ना कहीं बन गई है महायुति के लिए, चाहे वो जो लास्ट मिनट मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट के कुछ ही घंटों पहले जो शिंदे साहब ने अनाउंस किया, टोल टैक्स फ्री करने का जो उन्होंने प्रावधान अनाउंस किया। तो कहीं ना कहीं वेलफेयर स्कीम्स पे जो बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस है वो बीजेपी का भी पिछले कुछ चुनावों में रहा है।
देखिए, डेवलपमेंट और गुड गवर्नेंस एजेंडा हो किसी भी गवर्नमेंट का, तो और फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट उनका की सेक्टर हो, तो उसके बाद अगर आप किसी को एम्पावर करने के लिए कोई योजना लाते हो, चाहे वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट का विषय हो। अब जैसे हम फ्री अनाज दे रहे हैं तो हमें पता तो रहना चाहिए ना एफसीआई में कितना अनाज है, कितना हमारा उत्पादन होगा, हम दे पाएंगे कि नहीं दे पाएंगे, ये असेसमेंट तो हमारा होना चाहिए ना।
लाभार्थियों का
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये असेसमेंट करके जनता से वादे करती है, और कांग्रेस पार्टी सत्ता प्राप्त करने के लिए भाई एक बार वादा कर लो, सत्ता प्राप्त कर लो, फिर जनता जाए चाहे कहीं भी, ये कल्चर है, ये कल्चर ठीक नहीं है, ये विषय है।
जी अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी, बहुत शुक्रिया आपके हमारे लिए समय निकाला. Of course, this is something that has become a huge political slugfest, at the central level, with both the Congress and the BJP pulling out all their punches. Mallikarjun Kharge, the Prime Minister, all in this debate. So the entire debate around welfare schemes versus freebies has been reignited this time around, right ahead of the Maharashtra polls. But looking at some other news now, well, the Mumbai police has begun the process of extradition as far as Anmol Bishnoi is concerned. Remember Lawrence Bishnoi's brother, who is one of the main accused as far as the Salman Khan firing case is concerned. The Ministry of External Affairs has also spoken on this. Let's listen in.
आपने बात कही अनमोल बिश्नोई की. ये जो मसला है, इन सब चीज़ों पे अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चल रहा है, छानबीन चल रही है, और इन सब बातों, ये सब जो बातें हैं ये लीगल डोमेन में आती है, और चूँकि लीगल डोमेन में आती हैं, जो एस्टैब्लिश्ड प्रोसीजर्स है उसके तहत इस मसले पे कार्रवाई होगी.
And looking at some international news now, well, in the US, it's just 3 days to go for the crucial battle, the crucial poll battle. It's Trump versus Harris. And gun violence has certainly become one of the most significant themes, given the fact that there were 2 assassination attempts at Donald Trump as well. And he is somebody who has had a very radical position as far as gun violence is concerned. So has Kamala Harris. But how easy is it to access guns in the US? My colleague Gauri Dwivedi does a reality check.
The United States has one of the highest ownership of firearms per capita. Some statistics suggest that 120 firearms per 100 people is what US residents have. And in the last couple of years, 7.5 million new owners of firearms have been added to this pool. At a time when there is a lot of talk about gun violence, ownership of guns, and the political color that this entire debate takes place. Something that forms at the heart of the political debate taking place around United States. I am in fact in front of a major showroom of Beretta, a company that is an American arms manufacturing company, and I went around to see as to how easily guns can actually be purchased. Viewers would like to see some of those footage that we will play out that shows the kind of firearms that are being sold in downtown Manhattan, downtown New York, in a particular store where there are not just men but also women, as well as even children can go there. It's not an age limit there. And firearms that we are talking about are those which are used for hunting purposes in the wild. How easily such firearms can actually be purchased in downtown New York tells you the risk that is there as far as gun violence is concerned. And any number of debate about gun violence essentially becomes a debate about the political aspects of it. Republicans against any ban whatsoever on gun ownership, Democrats in favor of it. But at the heart of it is the political color of a debate which is essentially about human lives ends up ensuring no progress whatsoever. But our viewers would see some of those images and those videos to understand how guns can actually be purchased in America. Reporting for NDTV, this is Gauri Dwivedi in New York.
Meanwhile, actor Shah Rukh Khan has turned 59. It's his 59th birthday. Wishes pouring in from across Bollywood, across industries, and indeed across the globe as well. There was a beeline of fans outside Shah Rukh Khan's Mannat residence as well, with innovative wishes for the Bollywood Badshah. And finally, a one-of-its-kind paragliding World Cup in Himachal Pradesh's Bir-Biling. More than 100 paragliders from 50 countries are participating in it. Remember, the Himachal government has pushed a great deal for adventure tourism, and this is part of that initiative. With that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का.
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi. The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
NDTV World brings you the best worldly insight from the US and across the world.
This is not just an election, it's a moment that will define a nation and the world, and we will be present.
Your view to the world.
His Excellency has actually been a civil servant. He is one of the few first civil servants in the Bhutanese society who crossed over to the political side, had a very successful run, has been the Prime Minister of the country before as well. And this is his second stint as the Prime Minister of Bhutan. Prime Minister, you have a very interesting educational background too. You have studied at Pittsburgh, 4 years at Pittsburgh, and then you have a master's from Harvard. A thought came to my mind that how have you used that education, that American exposure, that education at your very young age to help transform the society here, or add value to the society here in this country, in Bhutan and otherwise.
Thank you, Nikunji. Delighted to be here. And I want to congratulate you and your entire NDTV team for putting together the World Summit. And congratulations on the inaugural summit. Who better than Prime Minister Modi to launch the summit? I am honored also and humbled, deeply humbled, to be included in your inaugural summit. I can see the summit grow from strength to strength. God knows the world needs NDTV and the World Summit.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
The question you asked about how did the University of Pittsburgh and then the University of Harvard, where I spent a year, how did they mold me to serve my country? Fair question. But the better question would be, how did India mold me to serve my country? I'll tell you a secret. In fact, my Bhutanese colleagues here also don't know. I was born in India.
That's a secret you didn't share with many.
1965, I was born in Kalimpong. My father was serving in Kalimpong when my parents were serving, because I was born there, right? And what molded me to serve my king, my country, and my people would have been not necessarily Pittsburgh and Harvard, but Dr. Graham's homes in Kalimpong, in West Bengal. I studied 11 years in India. And you ask me how 4 years in America has molded me. You should be asking how.
Well, that's a secret you are revealing now, Prime Minister.
No. It's okay, fair. I'm not a celebrity, so you wouldn't know where I studied. But the fact of the matter is, my formative years, not just my birth, but my formative years was in India. From kindergarten school, from baby class till class 10, I studied in India, as indeed many other Bhutanese studied in India those days, because we did not have enough schools in Bhutan. But when we did establish schools, we did not have enough teachers, and those teachers came from India. And so we grew up under the tutelage, under the guardianship, and in my case, especially so because it was a boarding school, almost under the parentage of Indian teachers. And I do believe they have taught us well, because we have been able to go back home and serve our king, our country, and our people, and continue to do so.
Prime Minister, you also talked about the Indian tutelage, and you talked about the summit. So the topic of the summit is India's century. And how do you think, going forward from here, Prime Minister Modi's historic third innings, how do you think, we take off from here, and how do we shape or influence the events that are happening world over? Not only as our own footprint of India's century, but as the Prime Minister said, that world's progressive, peaceful century.
The world needs India. And I'm very happy that you've identified this century as India's century. You asked me about Prime Minister Modi and his historic third term. Why do you call it India's century? For many reasons. India has the largest population now in the world, 1.45 billion. It's growing. It's projected to reach something like 1.6 billion.
That's right.
India has a booming economy. It's crossed $3 trillion US. It should have crossed $5 trillion US had it not been for COVID. India has the biggest consumer base. India has almost 35 million successful people in the diaspora throughout the world, particularly in the advanced countries. By every measure, yes, this is India's century. But by one measure, you stand out, and that is leadership. India's leadership. And trust in that leadership. Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership. You choose the team, the India century, because of Prime Minister Modi's third term, historic win. Now you know that the previous 2 terms will be leveraged board to take India forward into her century. But the global South looks to India for leadership, trusts in India's leadership. As a matter of fact, if there's anybody, any country that can sort out today's problems, it is India. Economic problems, the world looks to India as a market. The COVID pandemic, the world looked to India for vaccines and medicine. Even Russia and Ukraine, if there's any person who can sort it out, I do believe it is Prime Minister Modi. And therefore, India's century. And the main ingredient of your team, I do believe, is leadership across the board, including a diaspora, but especially that of Prime Minister Modi.
And when you talk about the leadership of the Prime Minister, and Prime Minister, of course, has very assiduously championed the causes of Global South on various multilateral platforms, and he has been trying to build that consensus. The world, in a way, also looks towards India to solve some of the very vexed issues right now, some of the vexed issues like wars that the world is facing. You think that India can bring in its diplomatic, cultural heft into play to find solutions to them?
Like I mentioned, the Global South looks to India's leadership because they trust India's leadership. I mentioned about geopolitics and problems the world is facing, particularly in terms of war, and the effect that has throughout the world. If any country can sort it out, it is India. If any person that can sort out the problems between Russia and Ukraine, it is Prime Minister Modi. So whether it is economic growth, medicine, the world's production house, IT, PM Modi mentioned double AI this morning. Aspirational India, artificial intelligence, even climate change. India is exercising leadership, being a role model for the world. 1.5 billion people in a growing economy. You need energy to fuel that growth. There is going to be pollution. But India is also not shirking her responsibility to fight climate change. Prime Minister Modi has launched a Solar Alliance that shows his emphasis for renewable energy, not just in India, but getting like-minded countries throughout the world to join an alliance to produce renewable energy. And we are a part of that alliance. So yes, even with climate change.
Now, coming back to your home turf, you have just now recently launched the Global Happiness Index 2. How does it differ from the Global Happiness Index 1? And what does this gross happiness index actually mean for people?
So very quickly, gross national happiness is a development philosophy. And it was a development philosophy that was envisioned by His Majesty the Fourth King. It is a development philosophy that emphasizes the happiness and well-being of our people as the core purpose for growth. And so gross national happiness recognizes that economic growth is important. There's no doubt about that. But that economic growth must be balanced with social progress, with environmental sustainability, cultural preservation, and good governance. So that is gross national happiness. Even today, many economists, public service leaders, scholars, they are fascinated by the idea. Even today, they feel that it is relevant to them. And so we have measured gross national happiness. That is the GNH index.
Yes.
So over every 5 years, we measure it. And the purpose is not to measure the happiness of the people. It is to measure the gross national happiness of the country. GNH situation of the country as measured by what people perceive, how people perceive it to be. So we have 9 domains that we measure. Health, education, living standard, environment, governance, then time use, psychological well-being, culture, community. These 9 domains are measured. They're divided into 33 variables, subdivided into 150 questions, and that questionnaire is rolled out in the survey every 5 years. You can imagine how difficult it is to collect the material, analyze the material, and then we come up with an index. For instance, 0.756. So every 5 years, that index has been increasing slightly, indicating that the gross national happiness of the country is increasing slightly. A good trend. But that does not mean that we are the happiest people in the world. You mentioned that something about me being happy, and yes, I am happy, and I'm happy to be here and among friends, and so you see me smile a lot, but we do have our challenges. And we are fortunate to have enlightened kings who have given us a balance between sustainable and equitable economic growth and everything else that matters in life. So what is GNH 2.0 you mentioned?
Yes.
So GNH is a development philosophy that we continue to implement. We strive to optimize the conditions of gross national happiness. GNH 2.0 is something that I thought of as taking GNH to the next level on 2 fronts. One is economic growth, and the other is urban living. And together, GNH 2.0 is basically an articulation, my description of His Majesty the King's royal vision, which is the Gaelifu Mindfulness City. The Gaelifu Mindfulness City?
Yes, that's another issue that I wanted to talk to you about, the gainfulness, mindness, which the king has recently launched.
Not an issue. You want to learn more about the Gaelifu Mindfulness City, because I say not an issue because you will benefit from the Gaelifu Mindfulness City as much as I will. The Gaelifu Mindfulness City is a special administrative region which will have independence in government, in lawmaking, and judiciary independence. The Gaelifu Mindfulness City is going to be a city. We call it a city, but it's going to be spread over 2,500 odd square kilometers. It has 2 protected areas, a national park and a wildlife sanctuary. It has rivers that can generate 4,000, 5,000 megawatts of renewable energy. It has forests, it has biological corridors, it's teeming with wildlife. It has paddy fields. It has an old little town. So that whole area is being developed and envisioned by His Majesty the King to provide for our next generation, to take gross national happiness to the next level, where people can live in harmony with other people from all over the world. But also, all these people will live in harmony with our nature and with our biodiversity. This is gross national happiness 2.0. I say it'll benefit you and all of India as much as it'll benefit me and all of Bhutan, because this city has been purposely placed on the border with India, along the border with India, Assam to be precise. I had reported to His Majesty the King almost a year ago, Your Majesty, why in Gaelifu? It's beautiful. The land is pristine. It's a biological hotspot. There's potential for renewable energy. But why Gaelifu? Why not in Thimphu? Why not in Paro? Why not in Pumtang? For those of you who have been to Bhutan, these places already have airports. Paro already has an international airport. Paro has the iconic Taksang, where tourists all over the world converge to visit. Paro has zongs and monasteries and culture and traditional way of life. It has everything. And His Majesty's answer was one word to me: India. Of course, I didn't understand it. And then His Majesty said, our future is linked with India. If we establish the special administrative zone anywhere else, it may succeed. It may find it challenging, we may find it challenging, but if we locate it along the border with India, the concept alone will drive its success because our future is intrinsically linked with India. And then I understood that the Gelifu Mindfulness City is not about Bhutan. It is about India and Bhutan.
India and Bhutan.
And we have received the support of India's leadership, especially Prime Minister Modi. We received the support of Indian investors. A lot of them are interested. And of course, the Bhutanese, we are very excited to see this project to fruition.
Prime Minister, I'll come back to this issue of the development partnership. India, of course, and Bhutanese have always considered us as the largest, the biggest developmental partner. So one is this mindfulness city project that you have now said that it is linked to India intrinsically, as you describe it. What are the other key developmental areas where India and Bhutan are now working together to take this developmental partnership to the next level?
What you call development partnership, I call friendship. We have many development partners, many countries, many multilateral agencies. We have one main friend. India has been with us. The mindfulness city is one area that we are already working very closely with India. I can see us working even more closely with India. But other areas are our 13th five-year plan. For the 13th five-year plan, the government of India is giving us an assistance package of 8,500 crore rupees. Extremely generous. Almost double that of what we received in the 12th five-year plan. This is going to finance much needed infrastructure. Roads, bridges, schools, hospitals, IT, and the like. In addition to that, the Indian government has rolled out an economic stimulus program. Well, you talk of development partnership, what I call friendship.
Yes.
Yeah. So you think of this friendship.
Friendship is a better word.
When I visited India after our elections, I told the Indian leadership, and in particular I told my brother,
yes,
Prime Minister Modi, I said, our economy is not growing after the COVID. So we put together an economic stimulus program. And he said, how much? I said, our entire economic stimulus program is 1,500 crores. And he's given us the whole package. That's what friendship is about. And so that's the other partnership, what you mentioned. The 12th five-year plan, in addition to the Gelifu Mindfulness City, the 12th five-year plan, the economic stimulus program, and then even bigger than that is our partnership in the area of renewable energy. We have about 30,000 megawatts, 30 gigawatts of hydroelectric potential. Of that, we've already tapped about 2,500 megawatts. Literally all of them with partnership with India, in partnership with India. This year, we're going to inaugurate another 1,020 megawatts, again in partnership with India. In the next 5 years, we're looking forward to launch launching almost 2,000 megawatts of new projects, all with the partnership of India. And then going forward, we have many more projects in the pipeline, in partnership with the government of India, but also now in partnership with the private sector of India, which leads me to the next area of partnership, which is partnership between people to people, business to business, and our partnership with the Indian business sector. The final partnership area, you can't call it final, but final big important partnership area is climate change. So from Solar Alliance to protecting our forests and biodiversity, to even looking after the big cats, an alliance of big cats, we work closely with the government of India.
And Prime Minister, when you talk of the people-to-people alliance, for any relationship to blossom, flourish, that is probably the most important alliance that finally should take it to the level that a relationship needs to achieve.
Yes. I agree.
And you think that there's enough people-to-people contact, or there is scope for further bolstering that?
Well, we enjoy some of the best people-to-people contact. Like I said, I was born in India. I spent my first 11 years studying in India. And I've been to India many times. And I am not an outlier. There are many Bhutanese, especially even those among my friends who have joined me in Delhi today, who studied in India, who grew up in India, who have many friends in India. When we travel across Bhutan, we don't hesitate to visit neighboring India, the neighboring towns. We don't hesitate to do a little bit of shopping there. So my wife right now is building a home. And she spends half her time in Siliguri, in West Bengal, because that's where she buys most of her stuff from.
Shopping.
Yes.
Shopping.
And truth be told, she does not really have to go there too often, because she telephones her friends in Siliguri, and her friends are the shopkeepers, and they send up the stuff. So you talk of people-to-people contact. I mean, it is very, very strong.
And
India is a country of 140 crores. You can't expect every Indian to know about Bhutan. Bhutan is a country of only 750,000 people. You rest assured, from the days of Lord Buddha, we were aware of India. And we reached out to India, those days for pilgrimage and spirituality. Today, we continue to go on many pilgrimages to India, but also now to see our economic growth.
And my final question to you, Prime Minister, is that, after this, I'm told you are city hopping and, you're going to visit various places. What is it that you have in your mind that you wish to probably focus on, see, watch, the way the city is evolving, the national capital?
Well, I looked out from my room and I see this park. It's like a forest. And every time I see it, I'm amazed that in one of the most congested cities of the world, so-called polluted cities of the world, you see a forest in the center of the city. And I can't get enough of this. The greenery, especially in New Delhi, I enjoy seeing this. But what you are referring to is my bus ride that I'm going to go on immediately after this. We are going to go on a bus that's driven by hydrogen fuel. And I'm really, really excited because this is the new, not just the new future, but the new India, to use renewable fuels to even drive transport. And not just to drive transport, but to be the world's leader in this cutting edge of technology. So I know that when I get on this bus, it's just going to be like any other bus. And therein lies the beauty of it. Because hydrogen fuel, not diesel, not petrol, not even electricity, is driving. Hydrogen is what's driving this bus. And the more ordinary it is, the more amazing I am going to feel. What's its link to Bhutan? The less pollution there is in India, the less pollution we have to endure. Because most of our air, in fact, all of it, comes through India, from the Indian subcontinent into Bhutan. And yes, we do bear the brunt of not just climate change, but also of pollution. And I am in a hurry to see India become an advanced nation. I am in a hurry for many reasons, not least of which is because you are my friends, but also because when you become advanced, automatically the air pollution is going to drop and we will enjoy even cleaner air. And so the bus ride is going to be highly symbolic for me on that front, but equally important, we hope to be able to manufacture green, renewable hydrogen for India using our hydropower energy, using green electricity from our hydropower. So no matter how you look at it, this may be India's century, but you can't avoid us. We are in it together.
We are in this ride together. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for sparing the time. And again, thanks a lot from the millions of NDTV viewers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well.
This is The Big Fight, and I'm Maria Shakil. The world's oldest democracy
the largest economy and the world's biggest military power is going to polls. The United States will elect a new president in less than a week. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are locked in a fierce battle. It is considered one of the most significant elections in US history. Tensions are high as the nation battles a cost of living crisis while simultaneously arming and aiding to wars happening in different parts of the world. One of the major issues on which voters are deciding their mandate is immigration policy. In fact, a study of the Pew Research Center showed that about 6 in 10 voters, that is 61%, say immigration is very important to their vote. It is of particular importance to Republican voters specifically, as 82% of Donald Trump supporters say it is a very important issue compared to 39% of Kamala Harris supporters who think the same. The fear that immigrants will displace workers, bring crime to the streets of America, and be a drain on services also matters. One thing is clear, this election polarizes the world as much as it does the United States. Will Kamala Harris carry on in Biden's footsteps with a conviction that in, and I quote her, these unsettled times, it is clear America cannot retreat? Or will it be Donald Trump with his hope, and I quote him now, Americanism, not globalism, will lead the way? We live in a world where the value of US global influence is under question. Regional powers are going their own way, autocratic regimes are making their own alliances, and the devastating wars in Gaza, Ukraine, and elsewhere are raising uncomfortable questions about the significance, relevance, and value of Washington's role. So these elections are a pivotal moment in the US history, which could have massive implications for how the country is governed and for the future of the post-war order that Washington has helped build. Donald Trump's election campaign has been about his messages of American carnage and America first, and it has led to a first sustained debate about the United States' role since the end of the Cold War. And that's what we discuss on The Big Fight tonight. Let me bring in my guests now. And it's a high-powered panel which is joining us from across the US. We have John Rosamondo, commentator on US national security, joining me from Washington, D.C. Professor David K. Johnston is professor at Rochester Institute of Technology. He's also the author of The Making of Donald Trump. We have Matt Klink, who is a Republican strategist, Jonah Blank, former advisor to President Joe Biden. We also have Stephen Ezell, Vice President, Global Innovation Policy, ITIF. Professor Zenia Bahel is professor and political analyst and someone who has a keen eye on the Indian diaspora. We have Nicholas Nugent, British journalist, joining me from London. And we also have Meenakshi Ahmed, author of A Matter of Trust, US-India Relations from Truman to Trump, and Kanwal Sibal, former Indian Foreign Secretary, will be joining me shortly. I'm going to begin with you, Professor Johnston. What are the issues on voters' minds? Is it healthcare, education, or immigration and foreign policy?
I think the most important issue is going to turn out to be the Supreme Court decision that revoked Roe versus Wade, which created a right under certain circumstances to have an abortion. We've seen this turn out huge numbers of voters at the polls. We've seen it motivate many people who were not registered to vote. And while that's not being discussed very much in the news, I think it's the most important issue. Immigration is clearly an issue, especially in some of the states. There are also some phony issues here. For example, inflation is now at a rate of 2.1%. The target of the Federal Reserve is 2%. That is essentially the same. The inflation rate right now is well below the post-World War average of 3.5%. The U.S. economy, according to The Economist magazine, which is as sober a publication as exists in the world, is the envy of the world with job creation, rising wages, increased domestic investment. But a lot of Americans don't know that. A lot of Americans believe wrongly that we're in a recession.
Okay. And one view certainly is that this is a referendum on the entire global trade system. So how will it really impact the voters' choice if they have that sense of big responsibility here, Matt Klink?
Well, I'd like to start by saying to the professor, thank you for that academic treatise on how great things are. Unfortunately, voter sentiment doesn't match what you say. And typical Democratic response is, oh, we're just not communicating effectively. Under Biden and Harris, everything costs more. Everything across the board. Families are suffering. On the global stage, the world is in a markedly more dangerous place because of 4 years of weakness from the Biden and Harris administration. One need only look at the Ukraine, where it's pretty interesting that Ukraine has been attacked twice, once under Barack Obama and once under Joe Biden. Israel is infinitely weaker. America is less respected around the world. And look, if you want 4 more years of weakness, then vote for Kamala Harris, because that's what you're going to get. I think that the American voters are pretty sober, and they realize that 4 years of Biden and Harris has been a failure, and they're going to enact some fundamental change come Tuesday of next week.
Okay, Professor Zinnia, weighing on this, particularly the point that has been made about what Donald Trump said, that tariff is a very beautiful word in the dictionary, more beautiful than respect, than love, and more beautiful than respect. You know, many say that this would hit more than $3 trillion in US imports and probably cause multiple trade wars as other countries will retaliate with their own tariff policies.
Yes, what you're talking about is, right, the consumption tax. And the United States will not be the first economy to actually implement that if at all Trump comes to power and is able to successfully implement that, right? There have been other economies in the world, including Canada and other developed countries, which have implemented that. But you also need to understand that if that is implemented, it will significantly increase the cost of basic necessities for consumers within the United States, right? That plan itself can impact families, can impact middle-class families. So it's something to consider. And Trump has always been an advocate of increasing tariffs, right? Increasing tariffs from goods coming from China, coming from India, right? He's often stated that countries such as India, countries such as China have taken advantage of more lenient trade policies in the United States, as he's called it. So the sentiment about inflation is definitely, echoed, especially in the state of Pennsylvania, which is a battleground state. Voters in various counties have talked about inflation and how that has impacted, the middle class budget overall. And it's a very big issue, right? And can Trump solve it, or can Kamala Harris solve it? That's an interesting question. Do want to add some balance here, right? Economists at Wharton stated that Kamala Harris's plan, the opportunity economy, may also lead to a bigger deficit than what America is currently battling, right? The overall deficit is over 34 trillion, if I'm not mistaken. But we also see a strong economy right now, right? My fellow professor had talked about, we do see a strong economy. The US economy just added about 12,000 jobs. So there are those pluses, there are those minuses. But overall, it's about how the middle class is going to pick a candidate, and inflation, of course, abortion, a lot of these issues are going to impact the voter sentiment, especially in the swing states.
Okay, so then, what started as an election, Meenakshi Ahmed, where Kamala Harris, when her name was announced, what was at a decisive gap between the two candidates, has turned out to be, as the early voting continues, to be one of the closest elections in American history. I mean, something that nobody is taking a chance and predicting it. And it's also a sense that it's almost like a dead heat. Why do you think it's becoming such a close contest?
Well, I think that there's no question that it's a very closely contested election, and I don't think that any of us is in a position to try and guess what the outcome might be. I'd like to sort of make a point here. It is unprecedented that there's never been a situation in any election in the U.S. where close to 50 close to 50 Republicans, some of whom worked for the president or the candidate, including his chief of staff, including defense secretaries, including people in the military, and his vice president, have denounced the candidate and said he's unfit to govern and that he is a danger to democracy and a danger to the Constitution of the US. This is unprecedented. So whatever people may have thought of Joe Biden, or that he was too old, or that the people were covering up some of his disabilities, what we have seen recently is unprecedented. The US set up an architecture of alliances in the world that basically kept Europe and much of the world safe for close to 50, after World War II. And almost every president, Republican and Democrat, subscribed to those alliances. Donald Trump, when he was president, upended that. And I think there are many people in the military and surrounding him who are very, very concerned that when he comes in, and if he has a Republican Congress or a Republican Senate that doesn't have guardrails and doesn't have the people that he had before, like Kelly and Mattis and all these other generals who cared about those alliances, that he might just put the world in a much more dangerous place, with all due respect to the
So let me ask Matt Klink to respond to that. Here is a view that is coming in that Donald Trump is increasingly isolated in his own team. So within the Republicans, among the Republicans, he may have been the choice because they did not have any, but now he's seen as this dangerous figure who's not good for the world and America. Matt, will you respond to that, please?
Oh, excuse me, I did not hear that. Well, look, if you want to talk about democracy, Kamala Harris got 0 votes in 2020. She was given the nomination because they had an inarticulate, mentally addled Joe Biden on stage. And Donald Trump has over 94% of the Republican vote. So he's going to overwhelmingly win the Republicans. He is clearly expanding the voter rolls. Young African American men and young Latino men are flowing toward him. They always talk about the gender gap. Married women will ultimately end up voting for Donald Trump, and he's pushing the envelope. He's now going to states like New Mexico and Virginia, expanding the voter universe. Kamala Harris has pulled her money out of the swing state of North Carolina. Her campaign is in retreat, and I think you're going to see, I don't think it's going to be that close on Election Day. I think Donald Trump is going to win. We won't know for 3 or 4 days afterward, just because some states count votes slowly. It's not going to be that close because Kamala Harris has not sealed the deal yet.
Okay, John, come in now, and let's talk about...
I'm sorry, can I respond to that, please?
Yes, please, go ahead, ma'am.
Yes. I really think Matt needs to get his facts right. I think he definitely speaks, based on a very polarized opinion, and that kind of gives you a sense of the elections here in the United States, right? When he talks about married women, right, putting that tag, thank you, sir, but really don't like the way you mentioned, the term married women. But any which way, Kamala Harris did not win in 2020. And that's a classic example of why women of color and women who seek positions of power are discriminated against here in the United States, and why racism is within the fabric of our society, right? Because women have to be given opportunity. Women deserve opportunities. Women need to be given opportunities, and unfortunately, they aren't. Right?
Absolutely.
To run for the president
and,
of the United States.
I have to bring in others also, Zenia, because there are a number
No.
of panelists who haven't even expressed their opening comments. So let me bring in John now. John, moving away from bread and butter issues, there was this sense that did America discuss too much of immigrants? And that was because of the fear that was generated by Donald Trump. So kitchen table issues were put on the back burner, quite literally. So, let's look at what Donald Trump actually said. So he sought to conjure up images of criminal immigrants eating dogs and maybe also cats. While both the sides, be it Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, they have spoken about immigration and tough policies which are needed. But when it comes to enforcement, Donald Trump has gone several miles ahead, and he has also spoken about perhaps the largest deportation ever in American history. John, if you heard me.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was having difficulty hearing. I would say that, we're not talking about, immigrants. An immigrant is somebody who follows our laws, who goes and applies for asylum at a U.S. consulate, or someone who comes in legally. We're talking about millions of criminal invaders who have been ginned up by places like Venezuela and its intelligence services, and also by criminal gangs across Latin America that have come in under this administration. You have Eric Adams, the Democrat mayor of New York City, who lambasted Kamala Harris last year for lack of leadership. The social services of our major cities have been overwhelmed by this tide of criminal migration into this country. And also you have gangs like Trans-Aragua that the president likes to talk about that have brought them in here. We have a failure of this administration, or rather a decision by this administration to let unvetted individuals, some people say as many as 20 million, into this country. Now, if you want to come to this country, we are a nation of immigrants. Come to follow our laws, do things according to the rule of law. A lot of Trump supporters are immigrants themselves. And, recent immigrants, people from Lebanon, Afghanistan, India, for example, Latin America, who all support Trump. But they do not support people who come in, who cut in line. The best way to describe these individuals that Trump wants to deport is they're immigration cheats. They cheated, gotten bumped in line.
But then the question is that is he closing America and the American dream? Stephen Azell, Harris and Trump are offering competitive narratives on what they see is current state of affairs in America. Trump is talking about America's international perception on decline. Kamala Harris is redirecting the question about the US economy whenever there has been a discussion, particularly with regards to Trump's China policy. My question is, how did the foreign policy claims on both the sides take center stage in an election that is focused on Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania?
Well, one point I think it's critically important for your viewers in India to recognize is that this entire election comes down to 7 states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada. What happens in the other 43 states does not matter. They're going one way or the other. So as we talk about the issues in the discussion today, it's critically important to understand what issues are most important to voters in these particular states. Now, overall, Gallup says that for American voters, economy is the most important issue, and Trump has a 9-point lead over Harris there. Now, with regard to foreign policy in China, that's an interesting question vis-a-vis these particular states. Certainly in the Midwest, those 3 states are Rust Belt states. They've been hit very hard by unbalanced trade with China. We know from economists like David Otter at MIT, the China syndrome finds that the US lost 2.5 million manufacturing jobs in the past decade alone due to unbalanced trade with China. So it's quite likely that the candidate that is able to show that they'd be tougher on China trade policy issues will have an advantage, particularly in those Midwest states. The issue of fracking, I think, will be vitally important to Pennsylvania as well. And then when you look at Arizona and Nevada and Georgia, I think immigration will become a critically important voter issue for those states as well. But overall, interestingly, I think despite the state of the world we see today with the challenges in Ukraine, obviously in the Middle East, China, Taiwan, I think domestic national issues will still be overall, abortion as well, will be the deciding determinant on Americans' minds when they cast their votes on Tuesday.
Okay, so Nicholas, now let's look at the world picture, because as we said, that this is an election which the world is watching. Who will be leading America because of the influence that US has on the rest of the world? I was reading this article of someone who covers Europe, and the sense was that US election feels like an end of an era, whatever the outcome, and Trump's victory is either a nightmare or a gift. So how is UK viewing this election?
Well, I don't think I'm going to answer that question directly because I don't know, like nobody else knows. But I will tell you how the election is being perceived here. Yes. It's being covered like no election before. Maybe that's a slight exaggeration, but we're getting wall-to-wall coverage of the American election. Why? Because it matters, as you quite rightly say. It matters in Britain, it matters in Europe, it matters throughout the world. Why does it matter to us? Well, one reason already alluded to by Meenakshi Ahmed was about alliances, because America provides the security that much of the world depends on. I don't think that's overstating the case. It's definitely not overstating the case with regard to Europe, where NATO has kept the peace since the Second World War. Again, I choose my words carefully, but I don't think I'm overstating it. And Europe is in a critical state at the moment with an active war of coming on for 3 years. It's a time when we really need security in Europe like never before, or more acutely than ever before. So we care about American security. We care about the security America provides. So we're very anxious to see this election completed and a new regime take over, whichever one it is. Now, you don't need me to tell you that Kamala Harris appears to be more committed to overseas alliances than Donald Trump, and there are big question marks being raised in Europe about Donald Trump's commitment to Europe. I'll say no more than that. The rest of the speakers are speaking from the United States, and they would know better than me. But I'm telling you the issues that concern us.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll take that one stage further.
Yes. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Well, I'll take that one stage further and say we're also concerned about stability. And the election is really quite destabilizing. It may be destabilizing in the States. It's destabilizing in Europe as well. Because it's a long drawn-out process, which frankly won't be completed until late in January. And we find that a little strange. Bear in mind that, like you in India, we in Britain had an election this year in July, and the result of the election was enacted within 24 hours, quite remarkably. So we like smooth democracies where the change of regime takes place quickly. And I'm bound to say that's not the case in America. And I only have to say 6th of January for you to know what I'm referring to. There are reasons for concern about the long delay, at least I'm concerned about the long delay between the election result coming in perhaps late next week and the inauguration on the 20th of January, I think it is. So that's my second thing. But I will just say one more thing, which is economic. The United States economy also has an effect around the world. In other words, it's a sort of stabilizing influence. So we like to see a stable economy. So if I were having a vote, and I don't, economic matters would be high. But
Yes.
I'm not backing either candidate. I don't have a vote. I just want to tell you how we're perceiving that in Britain, and I suspect in Europe and even beyond. I haven't even mentioned Taiwan because we're talking about alliances.
Absolutely.
And I think security in the Far East is an issue for which we're also looking to the new regime in America, the new government, to take a lead on security issues in the Far East.
Yes, Nicholas, continue to be with us. That's actually very well put, because the concerns in Europe and UK and the rest of the world. Because, Jonah, the question is, will the US continue to play a dominant role in global affairs? Or will other nations like China or maybe India step up to fill the power vacuum? Because experts are of the opinion and weigh in on this, that the US needs to redefine its global role and prioritize what it looks at in terms of its policy. And that is the reason why, that election, many say, matters massively for Russia and Ukraine. There is a sense among the Ukrainians that Trump, in case if he gets elected, will force a quicker deal to end this war. And on the other hand, there is a view that the American support for Ukraine could decline under a Harris presidency.
Well, you're absolutely right.
No, that's for Jonah Blank. I'm coming to you in a bit, yeah.
You're absolutely right. The election will determine whether the U.S. is to remain a reliable ally and a reliable partner to its friends around the world. And Donald Trump has already made abundantly clear that his friends, the countries he will support, are Putin's Russia, are Kim Jong-un in North Korea, are President Xi in China. He likes dictators. He said that time and time and time again. But this election really is about something even more fundamental. It's about whether America is going to be a country of people who look like me, or it will also be a place for people who look like my two biracial kids. Kamala Harris embodies this. Her ancestry is Indian and Jamaican, and she's thoroughly American. And that's the vision that she presents, where all Americans are a part. That's not what Donald Trump is saying when he says, let's get back to an earlier generation. He's foregrounded immigration. It's not because he dislikes immigrants. 2/3 of his wives are immigrants, but they're not the kind of immigrants that Donald Trump wants to see as thoroughly American. This is really about, is America a white and male country, or do all Americans have a role in it? And if we give that up, we're no longer a democracy. And that affects everyone of every race, of living in every state, because America cannot be a democracy and basically just a place for people who look like Donald Trump. That's what this is going to be decided on.
I can see two people smiling and John being in complete disagreement. John, would you express your views on that?
Well, let's put it this way. My Democrat friend is creating a huge straw man. This campaign has spent large amount of resources by employing Mossad Boulos, who's Tiffany Trump, his daughter's father-in-law, to do a very successful outreach campaign to the Arab American community, to the Afghan community, to Muslim communities across America. The president has also worked hard to obtain the highest approval of any Republican among Black voters. The idea that this is some sort of white supremacist campaign is something that is complete, not misinformation, disinformation on the part of the Democrats, aimed at scaring their suburban white base against supporting President Trump. As far as the U.S. standing in the world is concerned, President Trump supports the alliances. He just doesn't want the United States to be the only main partner in like NATO, in an alliance in Asia. If you talk to, I'm very close to former leaders of the Afghan military, When they said when we were in NATO was in Afghanistan, it was the United States, then you had the other countries. President Trump has been pushing the NATO members to increase their contribution to the alliance beyond the 2% that was set, I believe, at the summit in 2006. And Poland has become the main embodiment in Europe of Trump's strategy. I mean, Trump was lambasted by the Democrats when he was talking about moving troops out of Germany. Germany is not the front line. We saw under this administration appeasing the Iranians from day one by ending our support for the Saudi and Emirati war against the Houthis. Now we're paying the price in terms of shipping. We saw the disaster in Afghanistan that led to the disaster in Ukraine when Biden said that he might not intervene if it was a minor incursion to Ukraine. We've seen Kamala Harris at the same time standing side by side with Joe Biden on every major decision. She said she was the last person in the room on Afghanistan.
Okay.
I mean, I think that everything that the Democrats say about President Trump is disinformation. I mean, this is the party who talks about disinformation when everything it says about President Trump is false,
John, that's actually the
distorted,
charge
taken out of context.
that Donald Trump faces. That entire campaign has been about disinformation. But the larger question is also of what happens, Meenakshi Ahmed, if the next administration, how will it really approach the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? And what implications do you think it will have for regional stability? Because the debate certainly has highlighted differences between Harris and Trump on the issue. We have heard it during the entire campaign so far.
Well, look, in terms of the election, we can all look at the polls and we see that foreign policy is just right at the bottom of everyone's priority. It leads with Roe v. Wade and immigration and then inflation. So, U.S. elections are always driven by domestic issues. So foreign policy is, to be quite honest, right at the bottom of the agenda. So this election is not going to be driven by foreign policy. So let me just make that quite clear. In terms of the Middle East, Donald Trump had put in place a Muslim ban. I think I have no way of substantiating this, but I think if you do an overall survey of Muslim Americans, I think most of them probably view him as being not particularly friendly towards Muslim countries or Muslims. But he has tried to backpedal that during the election. I think that in my personal view is Joe Biden is very grounded in the old, support Israel at any cost. And that is, he has always been a very firm supporter of Israel. I think Benjamin Netanyahu has run circles around him. I don't think their Mideast policy has been effective.
Okay.
And I think that Kamala Harris's approach is going to be quite different.
Okay. And Stephen Ezell, I've been looking at one of the quotes of Donald Trump during his campaign, and he said that it's time to go back to peace and stop killing people. But he also reportedly, as is being reported by certain sections of media, told Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu to do what you have to do. So the question is, can he really be the peacemaker? Or do you think America, for having taken its side, cannot play that role anymore?
Well, I think we can look at the last 4 years and see a world that was at peace before the previous administration took over. I do think that the nature of our withdrawal from Afghanistan signaled a stepping back of U.S. leadership on the global stage that did subsequently invite individuals from Putin to the team at Hamas to feel that their actions in international affairs could be more unencumbered because of the stepping back of the U.S. president. So, I think the Biden approach has unleashed some of the instability we have seen in the last 4 years. Now, I think the question is, can Trump come in and be a stabilizing force as before? Yeah, and I think he could have good relationships with key partners in that region, with Israel, with Saudi Arabia, with Egypt. How we will broker a lasting peace in that region has certainly been a challenge for generations, for multiple American administrations. But I think first to come to a resolution of the hostilities and then to lead to a path forward, I think that is something a Trump administration is capable of doing.
And Stephen, are you sensing that the results will be out soon? Or as one of the panelists pointed out, and that was Nicholas Nugent, that we really do not know how events will be playing out, given how polarizing this entire campaign would be. Do you think it will spill over also during the counting, because it has become a very, very close election?
Well, there are some states that are able to close the books very quickly after an election. And there are others like Pennsylvania and Arizona that have processes that tend to take some time longer. I think given how close this election is going to be and that Pennsylvania and Arizona are two states involved, I do not think the world will go to bed on November 5th knowing who the American president will be.
So there won't be another episode which was really shameful, which was 6th of January. That's the sense here. So Professor David Kaye, let's start wrapping up this discussion. And I'm going to begin with you. What will you be watching out for in the next few days before 4th?
Well, I think the most important thing will be turnout.
What a turnout,
Kamala Harris will win the popular vote by millions of votes, but we don't elect by popular vote. We elect through the Electoral College. And unfortunately, this is really an election about the character of the American people. Do you want to elect a felon and a con artist and understand that I'm the only one in this panel who knows Donald and knows him well? I've known him and talked to him for hundreds of hours over the last 36 years. He is a con artist. He has been associated with criminals, including one of the biggest cocaine traffickers in America his entire life. He's a convicted felon. He's running against a prosecutor. I don't know what could be more clear about American politics than the prosecutor versus the felon. So this is really an election on who are the American people. Do they believe in the ideals of the American Constitution, or do they want to throw it away and elect an authoritarian who has said he will turn the U.S. military on the American people, he will use the Justice Department to prosecute people, who says that people like me as a journalist should not be able to write stories about him unless he approves of them, something he has said consistently for the whole 36 years that I've known Donald. And that's really what we're going to learn from the outcome of this vote.
Weren't all these issues also at play 4 years ago? Of course, at that time, Donald Trump did not win. It was Joe Biden who was elected. But it wasn't really such a close contest that we are seeing. I mean, there has been a decline in Kamala Harris's popularity. Maybe she got some narratives wrong.
I don't think the polls are particularly reliable, and here's a major reason, as explained to me by one of America's leading pollsters. Fewer than 1 in 100 people who answer the telephone will answer the questions. And so while you can have a poll that appears to have the right number of married women between 25 and 45 and other demographic groups, there's some kind of self-selection going on here. There's been an enormous additional number of people who've turned out to register and have turned out to vote early. There are very large numbers of Republican women who are voting early. That's why I think Dobbs is a very important factor in this election. And Harris, I believe, is going to win the popular vote. But of course, as one of the other panelists points out, this is really an election about 7 states. And I suppose one could argue not about the character of all Americans, but the character of people in those 7 states. Do they favor democracy and robust debate and a society of equality, or do they want an authoritarian who says he will turn the U.S. military? He said it, not me. He will turn the U.S. military on his own citizens.
Okay, so there are these concern areas, but what about the Indian Americans there? Professor Azenia Bell, 5.2 million Indian Americans in the US. It's the second largest diaspora, second largest community of immigrants. How are they viewing it? Is it being driven by the views of Donald Trump, or is it about Save America, as is being said by Kamala Harris?
Can I say something?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question that you asked there, right? Is it being driven by the views of Donald Trump? Is it Save America, as is being said by Kamala Harris? And I think one thing to understand is Kamala Harris is the daughter of an Indian immigrant, raised by a single mother, right? And that's very important. That's a key factor. Like, I'm in several WhatsApp groups wherein Indian women have come together to support Kamala Harris and I am one of those supporters. I will say that out loud. I'm one of those supporters who's voting for Kamala Harris in this election because, again, I would like to see diversity and inclusion in the White House. That's what I'd like to see. I would like to see more diversity and inclusion and more people of color being elected to power in the United States. And I think it's very important for the Indian diaspora to see somebody who represents, not just Indian Americans, but also African Americans, go to the White House and be the president of the United States. We have not had a female president, right? We've had Hillary Clinton, who's run for president, but unfortunately she did not win, even though she had the popular vote. So I think one thing to look at is Indian Americans are definitely very excited to see somebody who represents them, run for office, right? Nikki Haley, unfortunately, she did not make it as a Republican candidate, but Kamala Harris has been given the chance, and understandably, she did not win the presidential candidacy of the Democratic Party like how Joe Biden did or like how Trump did for the Republican Party. But it is very important that somebody of color from a diversity and inclusion standpoint be represented like never before in the White House and, be the commander-in-chief of the United States.
Okay. Nicholas, I have just enough time for you. Your final thoughts about as the world watches as much as America does.
You're asking me whether the world watches as much as America? Well, clearly the world does, because as all speakers have made clear, America matters a lot in the world, whether it is an economic power or a military power or just an influence power. I will just add to what I said earlier that I, for one, have been disappointed by the loss of American influence over crucial wars. And I'm talking particularly about the Middle East, because we expect American leadership and we expect America to do its best to bring these clashes on the European continent to an end, and it hasn't happened, so that's a disappointment. This is not saying that a Trump presidency would do better than a Biden presidency. I don't know. But if we're talking about America's influence in the world, it's taken a hit in recent months. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But for the rest of it, yes, America matters everywhere, whether it be trade, whether it be economy, whether it be the wars I'm talking about, or anything else. So we are all watching very closely. And as I said before, we are hoping to see a clear-cut result, and a result that is then put into effect. Because we're not talking about when the votes are counted. We're talking about, I'm thinking about the 2.5 months before the new leadership takes over. And I think that's critical.
Okay. So you're watching not just in the next few days, but the entire period of 2.5 months. I would really appreciate all the panelists for joining us. So thank you so much. We'll continue this conversation over the next few days. So we will be logging on to you all in future as well. Let me bring in Kanwal Sibal, former Indian Foreign Secretary. Ambassador Sibal, of course, we have discussed how this election is being watched by the world. For America, again, the question is, which presidency is better? Is it Kamala Harris's presidency or Donald Trump's?
Well, that is for the Americans to decide. We are not players in this game. We have absolutely no influence on the results of these elections. There is the Indian diaspora, which will vote this way or that way, but they are not going to be guided by what New Delhi says.
Yes.
So we are essentially observers and watchers. And what we have to be concerned with is what would be the likely policies of the two contenders vis-a-vis India and of issues of interest to us and how they impact on us. Other than that, in terms of going into the minutiae of the elections and the polls and the sentiments of various segments of society, issues like abortion and this and that, these are purely local American concerns. Yes, from an academic point of view, those who specialize in US relations can study all this and take a view on that, especially if you have to give a lecture or engage in an academic debate. But at the end of the day, this is a purely academic exercise which has no meaning, very little meaning in terms of the impact of these elections on India and on the international system in general.
Yes, but you know, what do you think, Ambassador Sibbal, led to the decline and perhaps Donald Trump catching up with the momentum which was there earlier with Kamala Harris? Where do you think the election perhaps shifted in some way?
This again, you see, I've been watching all these debates. You know, one can have educated guesses, you know, people who are looking at America, but you cannot actually replace all the people who are watching the election on the ground on both sides. I mean, there's a whole group of people in all walks of life, ordinary people, think tanks, academics, press, media, lobbies, corporates, what have you. They are looking at the election very finely and seeing what the trends are, because they are the ones who actually create these trends. It depends on these big tamashas that they hold and what is said there. There is no real discussion on substantive issues. No programs are being discussed. It's all sound bites and rhetoric, and of course the level of discourse and abuse is staggering in a civilized society like the United States. They're all speaking to virtually committed audiences. And the thing about American election, which you know, which everybody knows, is that there are a whole lot of states which are going to vote the way they're going to vote. Nothing is going to change. At the end of the day, there are 6, 7 states which will make a difference, the so-called swing states. And within those swing states, there'll be small groups of people who are going to ultimately decide, the non-committed voters. And the entire effort is to try and win them over. Now, this says a lot about American democracy. And here we have a view, because we are lectured on the state of our democracy and backsliding and stuff like that. But look at the crisis in American democracy, the complete polarization and the sort of things that are said, that the elections may not be accepted. In California, they say you can come and vote without any identity, because if you show your identity card, this will disadvantage the minorities and things like that. I mean, if 1/100th of this had happened in India, there would be an hullabaloo in New York Times, Washington Post, Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, Le Monde, everything else, how the Indian elections are a farce and Modi is manipulating everything and stuff like that. I think the American democracy is absolutely no example to the world. It is sui generis, it is declining, and in fact, we shouldn't have much hope. Now look at these two candidates. If America can produce only these two candidates, look at the state of American democracy. I mean, one candidate is hollow, has no views that we know of, cannot actually speak at any length about our economic policies, about the geopolitical scene. She sort of reads from scripts and she's told to say what she has to say in order to make sure that they lose none of the votes. And the other man is a one-man show, completely unpredictable. And some of the people in your earlier show spoke about his character and his past. And he's the man who says that, who in the past has shown that if the election doesn't go in his favor, he can do anything. And he's been targeted by the Justice Department. That again is a is a commentary on the state of U.S. democracy. I mean, they talk about the Indian judiciary, not being independent and this and that, but look at how the justice system in the United States has been politicized.
Absolutely.
They've done their level best to prevent Trump from fighting this election. And all sorts of charges are against him. Some of the things he has done at the moral level are highly questionable. And he is supposed to be the leader of the free world. Now, I'm speaking very frankly about this. I don't think we have to worry too much about who wins or who doesn't win, except in the context of the assessment that we make, which of the two will be better for us, and which of the two will be better in terms of resolving international issues which are having an impact on us, whether it's the Ukraine war, relations with Russia, or what's happening in the Middle East, or what happens in U.S. relations with China. And in terms of follow-up on all that has been agreed to between India and the United States under the Biden administration, where a lot of very, very important agreements have been made, especially in the high technology sector, the ICET, IndexX, and also in the defense area, and critical minerals and everything else. Now, we have to see how much of this is followed through. Now, insofar as Trump is concerned, he's threatening that he'll impose 20% tariffs on every country and 60% tariffs on China. Now we'll have to see whether he'll actually do it or not do it. Lighthizer, who will probably be Treasury Secretary this time, is a very tough nut, and we have to watch out what happens. On the other hand, Trump and Modi have a very good personal equation. That's right. Trump has been praising Modi very lavishly, at the same time, of course, talking about us as a tariff king. But nevertheless, at the personal level, he does seem to have a regard for Modi. And we have dealt with him for 4 years. And we know who he is, his personality, his unpredictability, and we have dealt with it successfully. Now, finally, at the end of the day, whether it is Trump or whether it is Kamala Harris, they cannot but keep in mind the rising importance of India economically, geopolitically, and the base of relations that has been created cannot simply be put aside. They have to build on it. Both will build on it, but there'll be problems on the one side, more on the economic side, that is Trump, and on the human rights and democracy and minorities and all that on the side of Harris. So we'll have to deal with it.
Absolutely. We will see how results pan out, and of course the New Delhi will learn to deal with the new regime in Washington. So thank you so much, Ambassador Sibal, for expressing your thoughts on the big fight tonight. That's all from me. I'll be putting out this entire discussion on ndtv.com. Thanks so much for watching. I'll be presenting another episode of The Big Fight next week. Thanks so much for watching.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
Corruption first, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
As the world watches with bated breath, the contest that will impact the world.
Exclusive insights, expert analysis, and ground zero updates as history unfolds.
We are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictator.
I'm the opposite of a Nazi. The election that will have worldwide ramifications.
Immigration is far more than just a political talking point.
I think the most important issue is going to turn out to be the Supreme Court decision that revoked Roe versus Wade, which created a right under certain circumstances to have an abortion. We've seen this turn out huge numbers of voters at the polls. We've seen it motivate many people who were not registered to vote. And while that's not being discussed very much in the news, I think it's the most important issue. Immigration is clearly an issue, especially in some of the states. There are also some phony issues here. For example, inflation is now at a rate of 2.1%. The target of the Federal Reserve is 2%. That is essentially the same. The inflation rate right now is well below the post-World War II average of 3.5%. The U.S. economy, according to The Economist magazine, which is as sober a publication as exists in the world, is the envy of the world, with job creation, rising wages, increased domestic investment. But a lot of Americans don't know that. A lot of Americans believe wrongly that we're in a recession.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by Aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just
Good evening and welcome. You're watching Left, Right and Centre, the weekend edition. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, the India-Canada diplomatic showdown continues. This as ties between the two countries have really hit rock bottom. India has hit back at Canada, and how? India says that, well, Canada is making these baseless allegations, unfounded allegations against the Home Minister, and there will be serious consequences to such allegations. In fact, India has also leveled a very sensational allegation against Canada, saying that, well, there is an attempt to snoop on Indian officials there, consular officials in Canada. There's an atmosphere of extremism in Canada in which officials are working. So serious allegations there. Remember, when it comes to diplomacy, charges of snooping and surveillance are seriously, grave allegations which will have wide-ranging ramifications. What is the road ahead as far as India-Canada ties are concerned? On Left, Right and Centre this evening, we ask, with this unprecedented escalation, what could be the serious consequences that India is talking about? Before I introduce my panel, let's listen in to what the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson had to say this evening.
We had summoned the representative of the Canadian High Commission yesterday. A diplomatic note was handed over in reference to the proceedings of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in Ottawa on October 29th, 2024. It was conveyed in the note that the Government of India protests in the strongest terms to the absurd and baseless references made to the Union Home Minister of India before the committee by Deputy Minister David Morrison. Yes, some of our consular officials were recently informed by the Canadian government that they have been and continued to be under audio and video surveillance. Their communications have also been intercepted. We have formally protested to the Canadian government as we deem these actions to be a flagrant violation of relevant diplomatic and consular conventions.
So extremely serious allegations there. Let me introduce my panel this evening. Joining me on Left, Right and Centre tonight, Vivek Mishra, Deputy Director, Strategic Studies Program, ORF, visiting fellow ORF America. Also, Brahma Chalani, Strategic Affairs expert, is with us. Dr. Tarak Karta, former Director, National Security Council Secretariat. Also, Pinak Rajan Chakrabarti, former MEA Secretary and Ambassador. Thanks all very much for being with us. Mr. Chakrabarti, let me begin by asking you, this is truly an unprecedented showdown between India and Canada, something that we've perhaps seen only vis-a-vis Pakistan, in the past decade or so. How do you see this? Because diplomatic ties have certainly hit rock bottom. There are certain differences that have become irreconcilable between the two countries.
Well, I was, in fact, in my diplomatic career, I have seen only Pakistan and Canada acting like this. And it's unfortunate that this has happened. Canada was always a friendly country. We did a lot of business with them. We have a lot of Indian community there. But this is absolutely something that I have never anticipated. And I think this has gone beyond all the red lines that India has in its relations with various countries. And I think it's also a kind of a eye-opener as to what happens. In diplomacy, we don't normally announce all these things. Whatever we do, and let's face it, I mean, diplomats are there in each other's country to gather information as per their national interest. And to say, and if Canada makes these announcements publicly, that this is what has happened, I blame so-and-so and I blame so-and-so, it's absolutely bizarre. I mean, I've never come across this kind of allegations. Now, the question in my mind is, why are they doing it? And I think in the background, there is another hand, and that is of the USA. They are acting as a proxy for the USA. And we know why. Because the USA is so unhappy with our stand vis-a-vis Russia. They are willing to cross certain lines, but not directly. So they are using Canada as a catch. And this is, in my view, is the kind of a bottom line that I see it this way. I don't know, others may disagree, but I see it this way.
Because that is a very radical argument, Mr. Chakravarti, as many would say, given the fact that India-US relations perhaps have been better than ever before.
Well, I would say that look, every country in diplomacy and international politics seeks leverage, both positive and negative. And I think the US has found a way of seeking negative leverage with India. And I think this is certainly a factor that is going to impinge not just Canada, forget India-Canada relations, it's already in the gutter. But I would say that this would also affect India-US relations. But so far, I think we've been managing it. I think the US has been clever enough to keep it under wraps and have a bilateral dialogue going so that they can deal with whatever it is. And that bilateral dialogue gives them the leverage.
Yes, which is why we saw, the difference between how US and Canada approached the issue, whether it was the entire Pannu case, the way India and US have been able to negotiate. Perhaps there are a lot of back channel talks, as you're mentioning, but as far as India and Canada is concerned, it's all out in the open. And Brahma Chilani come in on this, because what India also said today about baseless allegations against the Home Minister, something India has been demanding for the past 1 year now. If Canada is making these allegations, then evidence needs to be put out in the public domain. Earlier as well, we saw various Canadian ministers talk about the willingness of the Canadian government to put out that evidence in the public domain, but so far it has not happened. Till the time evidence is put out, these allegations remain unfounded, as India has put it.
You're right. Well, in the past, countries have linked foreign agents to a domestic death. For example, in 2010, when the Dubai police chief accused Mossad of killing a Hamas commander in a Dubai hotel, countries have typically presented video, audio, or forensic evidence. They have presented that evidence in the public domain. And they have mostly avoided blaming the government that the foreign agents represent. Trudeau, by contrast, cast direct blame on the Indian government without presenting an iota of evidence. And as he recently admitted that when he made that allegation in September last year, he was relying on raw intelligence, not on hard evidence. So all this raises the question as to why Canada has triggered this downward spiral in relations with India. And of course, the domestic political factor is very much an important consideration. There's no doubt that Khalistan radicals wield real political influence in Canada, including as funders. And Jagmeet Singh, who just in September withdrew support to Trudeau's minority government, accusing Trudeau's Liberal Party of being corrupt, of trying to destroy Canada with its links to the corporate world. Now, this week, after the main Quebec party decided to join hands with the Conservatives to pull down the Trudeau government, Jagmeet Singh has again re-emerged as the kingmaker, as the savior of Trudeau. He wants to keep the Trudeau government afloat because he's thanking Trudeau for the expulsions of Indian diplomats, for taking the tough line against India. All this means that with Jagmeet Singh now keeping the Trudeau government afloat, Trudeau has even less room to mend relations with India. In other words, until elections are held in Canada next year and a new government takes shape, unless Trudeau falls before that, we're going to have very strained relations between India and Canada. But your reference to the US and Pannoon, if I could make a comment on that.
Yes.
Pannoon is still making terrorist threats against India from American soil without the US reining in this guy. He's been targeting specific Air India flights. Now, if you just imagine a scenario where somebody wanted by the US was based in India, somebody the US had designated as a terrorist and was operating from Indian soil and making threats against American airlines, how would Washington react? And yet, the US has basically condoned Pannoon's terrorist threats against Indian targets. And this is completely unacceptable. So I think going back to the point the question that you were raising, the fact is that it was the US intelligence sharing with Canada that provoked Trudeau to take on India. And the intelligence that the US provided Trudeau was sketchy intelligence. So behind Trudeau has been the Biden administration. And Canada is only one element in a broader canvas which have brought US-India ties under strain. Bangladesh, the US role there.
I think that's an important point. You're perhaps reiterating also what Mr. Chakravarti said about Canada sort of acting as a proxy. But Dr. Tara Karta come in on this because diplomatically speaking, Canada has really become extremely difficult to deal with because it's on the offensive. I mean, week after week. I mean, first they, talked about Indian diplomats, Indian envoys. Now, of course, making direct references to the Indian Home Minister. This is truly unprecedented. Canada is on the offensive. And India's stand has been constant that there's zero tolerance against extremism, and that's something India said today as well, that there's an atmosphere of extremism in which our diplomats are operating in Canada. I mean, we just saw a couple of weeks back how the diplomat was recalled as well, and he made those similar points. But diplomatically speaking, how do you see India dealing with the Canada challenge?
I'd just like to add to what he said earlier, just 1 second. Jagmeet Singh has also said that, the Sikh genocide needs to be recognized by Parliament. So this is going full lick. I mean, this is the way that they're going to go in future, in the immediate future. You'll see more of this. I just want to differ slightly. See, if you look at how the events have unfolded from 2021 onwards, the main issues in the Canadian press was of Chinese interference.
Yes.
There was repeated calls of, there was a leak in the media. There was a Canadian national security official who wrote anonymously in the media talking of Chinese interference and saying he couldn't take it anymore, which is why he wrote. Right. Then Trudeau was forced to call upon, for a sort of in-house probe. Probe means that's secret. That is not available to the public. Side by side, there was another one, a public inquiry against Chinese interference. This was all going on till March, April